one of the benefits, I think, of a platform like this is that if you are busy clinically, or if you can't watch or listen or engage real time, you can do this at other times. So that is fabulous for such a time as this. So delighted to be with you all, albeit virtually on the screen. My name is Jacqueline Dunkley-Bent. I'm the Chief Midwifery Officer for the NHS in England.
So this is what's called a hybrid event. There are people in the room, there are people watching in groups around the country, and there are people still watching in their pyjamas at home. Good morning, Sue, how are you?
Good morning, I'm fine, Neil, thank you very much. It's fantastic to be here.
My argument is that the solution is health optimization. Prevention is far better than cure.
And I think there is a real risk that services that are lost or reduced during the time of COVID are not restored.
And I hope that you can take valuable insights from today. And if you're listening tonight, or if you're listening next week or next month, take valuable insights from the speakers from today and share the word, share the positive messages with your colleagues, because in these dark times, in these challenging times, everybody needs a green shoot and a pearl of wisdom. Thank you very much, and we are in this together. We stand united together.
Are you a midwife, maternity worker, or having a baby? Then we've got something for you.
To stay informed, exchange ideas and receive support, come and join our growing online community at allformaternity.com.
All for Maternity is an online platform offering areas to support your learning, sharing and caring needs. In our learning zone, we provide dynamic and informative e-learn modules, access to regular webinars and online workshops that address current maternity care issues, perfect for your professional development.
Our sharing zone provides repositories of information, bringing you evidence to inform your everyday practice and care. Access to support in the form of blogs, forums, podcasts and peer mentoring networks will be included in our caring zone.
We have so much to offer. Subscribing to All for Maternity will give you access to the Practicing Midwife Journal free of charge.
As the first midwifery publishers of The Practicing Midwife, we are delighted to have an opportunity to sustain, curate and nurture this important midwifery journal.
For us, The Practicing Midwife represents you, students, midwives and maternity carers.
As mother and daughter midwives, we've always wanted the opportunity to work together. We share the same philosophy that mothers and babies need the best possible maternity care. All for Maternity helps us to realise this dream.
Through All for Maternity, we will offer opportunities and encouragement to others, providing a springboard for personal growth and positive exposure.
Extending our support globally is important to us. Your membership will support you whilst helping others. For every subscription from a high-income country, one will be gifted to a maternity carer in a low-income country. Joining All for Maternity will give you access to all this and more.
So if you're ready to learn, share and care with us,
we look forward to connecting with you at allformaternity.com.
The Maternity and Midwifery Forum brings you Matflix, video streaming from maternity experts. All your CPD and revalidation needs met in one place. Our expertly curated box sets are the perfect way to engage with the latest thinking, issue by issue. They make revalidation easy and are the perfect accompaniment to any project or university coursework. In addition to video from expert speakers across maternity and midwifery, there is easily accessible research and links to the latest government policy documents. Our reflective questions at the end are the perfect primer for your revalidation. In the same way the Maternity and Midwifery Forum provides certificates to show that you have attended these festivals, we can provide certificates for those who have consumed the content of a box set and submitted their written answers to the reflective questions provided by our curator, Dr. Jenny Hall. Midwives, maternity professionals and students, do not miss out. Subscribe to Matflix today. Box sets are just £17.50 each, or access to them all starts at £8.99 per month, and only £5.99 for Maternity and Midwifery Festival attendees. Students pay just £2.99 per month, and only £2.49 for Student Maternity and Midwifery Festival attendees. Check out the box sets at www.matflix.co.uk.
is it? Hello. Does it work? Doesn't sound very loud. That's okay. Or to the side slightly, but not too much on the side. Okay, I think I need to start in a minute. I think there'll still be some people coming in. In the interim, as I'm thinking, any of you with children or liking mindful colouring, check out the NMC. I've got a little colouring pack. How good is that? So alongside with your, ooh, I knew I wouldn't do well with this microphone, is your code, a nice copy of the code. So it'll be there. Anyway, welcome this morning to the Maternity Midwifery Forum Scottish Festival, and it's a beautiful day. I can hardly believe it's so sunny outside when it's not quite so sunny inside, except when I say that, I've got all these lovely sunny faces and sunny smiles. And it's weird for me not to have my mask on just now, but there's plenty of ventilation at the moment, but we're still asking you to keep your masks on while you're where you are, unless you're in the fresh air. So welcome to Edinburgh. My name's Sue MacDonald and I'm the chair for the day. And I'm waiting for my clicker to work. Is it working? Okay, that's me. I'm also co-editing May's Midwifery also in my spare time, but I'm delighted to be here with you today for this festival. Yeah? Okay, that's me. And now just a few flashes of Scottish pictures, hopefully. I have to warn you, this is a hybrid event, so welcome to you all live who are here, and it's lovely to see so many people here live. Am I pressing the wrong button? Oh, right, sorry, okay. So we've got, as well as you guys here, we've got a lot of people who are sitting at home or at work or in universities watching. So welcome to everybody who's come in to see us, and welcome to Edinburgh. And I've managed to find some nice pictures of Edinburgh, and a few, I liked especially the picture of the Scottish Highland cow, baby, has to have a baby. A few images of midwives from days gone by, and some modern midwives, which is fabulous. That's it. So, and this one really from Sunday. How many people went on the March for Midwives on Sunday? Wow. Wasn't it cold? But the warmth there was fantastic, and I think the midwives and the mothers and the fathers and the students and the doulas and the maternity care support, everybody who was there were absolutely fabulous. We had some fantastic stories, some quite hard stories, and I think it might just be hinted at in Leah's session later, really talking about how much we need midwives and how we need more midwives. We all know we need, I think the current calculation is 3,500 midwives, and on the ground you feel like you need a lot more than that now. Anyway, so big welcome. We're very global. We've got at least 600 people. So as well as the 100 or so here to you, we've got everybody at home, and we won't forget them, from all over the place, from Australia to USA, Italy, Canada, Greece, Indonesia and Togo even. So welcome from everyone in the world. And a big thank you to everyone who's made the effort to be here, and on whether it's online or in person. You can have some nice virtual flowers, which is fabulous. And we're just reminding you we're hybrid. So we're hoping this is going to work out for you face-to-face as well as you people who are online. And I hope it works out for you. Now, wherever you are, whether you're online or face-to-face, do access your joining instructions, because that gives you all of the live feed. It means you can access your evaluation form, your resources, and you can see wherever you are, you can see the live stream. So those of you who are here today, if you happen to be in the wrong place, say you're having a cup of coffee and you think, oh, I might be missing something, you can access the live stream. What we're saying to you, though, if you want to look at the live stream, please make sure and you're in here, make sure you have your speakers on, because otherwise it interferes with the wiring in here. So that's just one thing. But you might just stay here anyway. Can everyone hear me okay? Thank you. I'm not used to using the handheld ones. So. And you should all have a goodie bag. Has everyone got a goodie bag? You will have, and I've hung one here just to illustrate what it looks like. And it has got a chocolate incentive also. It's got a program, it's got lots of bits and pieces, and an exhibition. And you need that for the competition, so do make sure and check out what's in your bag. Now, if you have any questions, we've got a nice face-to-face microphone here, which you can come up to, or you can ask questions in the chat box. I would refer you to the research that says it's very good to not be sitting down all day. So I'll welcome you up to ask questions there. And those of you at home, if you want to put something in the chat box, it'll come through to me on my mobile phone. But if all 600 people put questions at the same time, it could be challenging. So be kind to me, and I'll try and keep up. Now, if you're online and you have a bit of screen lag or freeze, don't panic. Just refresh your page, and if that doesn't work, just ask a question in the chat box. We can sort that. The live stream page has got everything. It's got the agenda, it's got the competition, it's got the evaluation resources, and you can create a profile as well as meet other people in the chat box. And sometimes this is a really good way of catching up with old friends, which is fantastic. And there's also the Meet the Experts page also. Okay, now the structure of the day, you will all have this in your little bag if you hadn't delved into there. Nice little program. This is for the people who are face-to-face. And there's one page that's online and streaming at venue, and then there's one at the venue and in person only. So make sure you're looking at the right one when you're looking at your program. And just keep a track of the Meet the Experts activities and all the sort of timing generally, so you can go to see what you want to see as you're going. And there are live webinars and the link, and you just go into the live stream page, those of you who are online. This is a bit weird for me because I haven't done the face-to-face for quite a while now, because I've been behind, like everybody, we've been Zooming everywhere. So this is quite interesting. Lots of opportunity to ask questions, and you can use the chat box, as I said. And I'm thanking in advance the lovely chairs. We have one chair here at the back of the room, our Jenny Hall, and also Diane Garland, who is at home manning the Zoom activity, so that's great. And then we have the Meet the Expert, so there's a fantastic, you've already, those of you who are here, have already seen some of the exhibitors and see what they're offering in terms of information. There's also some, they're not recorded, so but that's a really good source of information and find out new stuff. And then you can get information, samples, etc. And that's all in Thistle 2, which is along through at the end, past the coffee. And then win prizes. Now we've got a session on creativity in lockdown with Jenny this afternoon. That's at 3:20. So those of you who are creative knitters, crocheters, that's it, or patchwork makers, Jenny's your woman. She really gives a very interesting perspective on what you can take in crafting. I think you'd enjoy that. And those of you who've been here already, you'll know there's coffee and tea and snacks at the end of the exhibition hall, and it's all available. And I want to say a big thank you to our lovely exhibitors and supporters, all on this wee slide, all who make sure that we can provide these events free to our lovely participants. So thank you, exhibitors and supporters. Okay, and prizes. This is one for you, competition time. There's some fantastic prizes, and all you have to do, and usually we get you to do multiple choice questions and you have to find out answers. This time it's really easy. You just have to have your little card, which is in your bag, and you just have to go to each stand and get them to put a festive stamp on your card, and then you hand it in at the reception desk, and there are prizes, and you'll find out in a couple of days if you're a lucky winner. Prosecco, Echo Dot, £50 John Lewis voucher, fantastic. Okay, tweeters, any tweeters here? There's a few, and some people are keeping it quiet. Well, this is the hashtag, and the Twitter handle is Midwifery Forum, so do go tweeting, it'd be fantastic. And if you want to be in the festival collage at the end of the day, if you're here in person, you might be captured, because I think some of my colleagues are around with their mobile phones taking photos. But if you want to take pictures, some nice selfies of yourself talking to people or meeting old friends or making new friends, do send us them in to us, and then we can collate it into a nice celebration at the end of the day. Okay, so I think at this point I'm going to move to our first speaker. And I'm really delighted about this. Oh, I'm having to adjust my thing. And I think you will all know Leah. I'll find my little notes just to make sure I don't miss anything. Is midwifing the midwives. And this, I'm delighted we're joined by Leah Hazard, who is a practicing midwife, and she's a NHS midwife as well, author of the best-selling memoir Hard Push. And if you haven't read it, this is a fantastic book. I finished it yesterday, having started it a wee while ago, and I couldn't put it down actually. fantastic, and it really has a lot of chimes of what you are experiencing today. So I would recommend it as a book to look at. And she's also a host of podcasts, What the Midwife Said, a mother of 2 girls, and she's a proud member of her midwifery. Sure. Now, the screen and this.
Hello, thank you very much. There I am, looking a little bit different. This is the first in real life, face-to-face, sorry, you can tell, event I've done since COVID. Usually we are, everybody hear me? Is that okay? Yeah. So this is a little bit different, but it's great to see you. For everybody who is watching from home and wondering why is she not wearing a mask, because I make lots of noise online about being COVID safe and wearing a mask. Just for everybody who's watching, just so you know, pretty much everybody else in the room is wearing a mask. I'm triple vaxxed, and I'll be putting my mask back on as soon as I'm done. So we're all super safe. So as you can see from the name of the presentation today, it is Midwifing the Midwives, Tools for Survival in the NHS, because I think this is a topic that we all really need to talk about and know about right now, considering that things in our working environment are so challenging. Now, you'll notice I also have a PowerPoint, which I hardly ever do. Anybody who's seen me talk online before knows that I usually just sit at my desk and kind of blather for 20 minutes. I did a poll on Instagram recently asking students and midwives whether they felt PowerPoint was useful or effective, and it was kind of like 50-50 down the line. So I thought, well, try and be professional today. I'll do it for Sue. I'll do it for you guys, and there are no learning outcomes, there are no goals, there's no test. It's just going to kind of go through roughly what I'm talking about today. So without any further ado, we will click on. Okay. So midwifery then and now. Well, I qualified in 2013, so it's just over 8 years since I qualified and was feeling very much like a lot of you in this room, absolutely terrified. Not much has changed. But when I first started my training in 2010, the whole thinking about challenges of the role was very, very different from what it is now. So we were actually told, sat down on my very first day of uni, and I remember it very clearly, and we were told there are no jobs. And you will have to get your handbags out. This was my lecturer's actual words. Get your handbags out and fight each other for the jobs because there are none. So, and she was right in a sense, apart from the handbags. At the time, there was a real atmosphere of kind of scarcity of jobs. And those who had recently qualified definitely confirmed that that was true. Substantive posts were thin on the ground. Even getting onto the staff bank was really, really difficult. And so we kind of had this mindset from the very start of just do whatever it takes to get a job. If somebody had said to me then, yeah, but like, how are you going to protect yourself as a midwife? How are you going to protect yourself on the job? I'd be like, well, protect myself from what? I just want a job. Like, I'll do anything. And that was very much the kind of belief that was instilled in us from the start. And I think not out of any sort of malice or wanting to wind us up, it was just because that actually was the best way our lecturers could think to prepare us for a really competitive workplace. Obviously, things now are different in terms of scarcity of jobs. It can be still quite difficult to get a job, but the reality now is more of unfilled vacancies and units seeking to recruit new midwives or midwives of any standing as quickly as they possibly can. So Sue mentioned the figure of being short of 3,500 midwives and said quite rightly that it feels like we need a lot more than that. I'm sure that must be the case. So it's a very different picture now from what it was when I started out, which, I mean, 8 years, not that long ago really in the grand scheme of things. But against that backdrop, we have to sort of reevaluate how we're behaving in our profession and, in fact, how we are protecting ourselves. The other thing that has changed is the complexity and the quantity of the workload. So when I qualified as a midwife, it's not as if it was easy. I mean, it's never been easy. And I work in a big busy unit where we are lucky to care for people with all kinds of needs, clinical, emotional, psychological, social. But I feel like over the last 8 years, that's just amped up and up and up and up. Added to that, you know, generally our population year on year, their baseline of health is not as great as it was. The people we're caring for are generally bigger, sicker, in some cases older. So they really do have a lot more complex needs. And for every midwife, that adds a certain level of workload. I feel like also the quantity of the work has gone up. And I think if you look at the data, I think the birth rate has actually dropped slightly, I believe, but it doesn't feel like that. And I don't know if there are actually stats on this, but it feels like even if the birth rate is dropping, it seems like per woman or per person going through the system, they have more visits and more contacts with the system. Definitely as a triage midwife, well, I've worked all over the place, but predominantly in triage, it feels like 8 years ago, the average person would maybe come to triage maybe once or twice in their pregnancy, if that. Maybe reduced movements, maybe a bleed at some point, and then in labor, and that was it. Now, for whatever reason, it feels like people are in and out all the time. And I'm not going to trivialize that. I mean, you know, more often than not, the reason for seeking help is definitely valid, but it feels like per person there's a lot more contact with the system. So that's ramped up the workload as well. The other thing that's changed, the third point is something I don't even really need to tell you about, because the fact that I'm looking out at a sea of masks is, you know, evidence enough that we are in a pandemic. We're still in it. We've lived through a disaster over the last 18 months, and we're still living through it. It is not over yet. And that, of course, comes with a huge clinical and emotional load. Clinically, we've been looking after women with COVID. Well, I certainly have. I'm sure many or all of you have as well. And also, we've had the emotional load of so many different things. First of all, obviously, we're human. We're just people before we're midwives, so we're worried about our own safety and the safety of our families and our loved ones. Will I get sick? Will I die? I didn't sign up to this when I became a midwife. Do I have to get the vaccine? I didn't sign up to that either. So we've got all these individual questions in our heads, which we bring to work every day. And then there's also the emotional load of the things we've had to witness in caring for very sick women over the last year, things we've had to do and rules we've had to enforce. So this is a big bugbear for me, and I feel like it doesn't really get discussed very much, the fact that we've had to reinforce visiting restrictions and sort of isolation of women from their partners that we know is for good reason, but it's been quite traumatic and distressing to enforce those rules. So I didn't become a midwife to be an enforcer, you know, and I'm sure none of you did either. So that's had a big emotional load as well. And we've also had to develop totally different ways of working, everything from wearing a mask, which is a huge disconnect and a big change, to new pathways. You know, this is a red area, this is a green area, this is where you isolate women, this is how you put your PPE on. You know, all these kinds of things are mind-boggling on top of the already really complex and difficult workload. So I'm tired just thinking about it. So a lot has changed in my 8 years, and probably even just in your last year of midwifery or being a student. So, we'll go back. Told you it was my first PowerPoint. So, has education changed in that time? Well, a lot of you can probably tell me better than I can, but I get a lot of feedback from student midwives on social media and things, and it sounds to me like by and large, the curricula for degree courses is fairly unchanged, and I'm sure there are some tweaks and adjustments, and I applaud the people who are doing that. But what I'm hearing from you guys is that your curriculum reflects a period of midwifery that is now gone. So we learn promotion of maternal health, obviously. We learn everything from basic first aid and immediate life support to auscultation, palpation, suturing, CTG interpretation, care of the very ill woman, everything to keep this woman or person safe and well. Obviously, we learn how to promote the health of the fetus or the neonate, whether that's through interpreting auscultation or ultrasound scans or neonatal resuscitation or initial examinations or all these different vast and various skills that we learn, and you should learn as students, really important. But what I'm hearing from you guys is that the curriculum doesn't really reflect or incorporate much, if anything, to do with the health of the midwife. And it's kind of a cliche now, like, who hasn't seen a pretty meme on Instagram saying, you can't pour from an empty cup? Like, it's almost like sick of hearing it, but it's so true. You can't be there and protect and care for the people that you come to work to care for if you yourself are suffering and you're uncared for and you're supported. And it may be that the system that you work in or that you end up working in will not support you. Just going to be realistic. So we have to learn how to support and nurture ourselves, and maybe that's something that we should be learning at a very early stage. So what I'm getting here is that you guys are underprepared or unprepared, or at least a lot of you feel that way. And how do I know? Because you told me. So one of the kind of unexpected consequences of having written a book, Hard Pushed, in 2019, is that I've gotten to connect with lots and lots of midwives and student midwives on social media, on Instagram and Twitter, which is great. And you guys tell me all the time that what you're learning at uni doesn't actually, on many levels, match up with what you're then expected to do, either as a senior student or a newly qualified midwife. So I get DMs all the time, messages from you guys about stuff that you're going through on placement or in practice. And sometimes it's great, and you've had a great day, and you've had a really fantastic experience. But I feel like a lot of the times I don't hear about the great stuff, and a lot of the messages that you're sending me are actually quite distressing and quite worrying. That you feel unsupported, that you feel unprepared, that you're working in an environment that feels fundamentally unsafe, that you don't know how to escalate that, or even if you do escalate that, it's not met with the response you were hoping for. And on a personal level, sometimes when you communicate with me about your well-being, that is really worrying as well, because a lot of you are not okay. And that's not okay with me. Now, obviously, I can't fix that for everybody, but it worries me, and that's why I'm here today, because you've told me. So I think there are a couple of different tiers of skills that are needed in pre-registration courses that maybe are not being taught or not being taught to the extent or detail that they could be. So first of all, let's just look not at the kind of warm and fuzzy personal growth stuff, but at the actual black and white concrete skills that you need as midwives to protect your registration when the bad stuff hits the fan, because it will, and it does. So here is what I'm sensing may be missing. And again, I'm sure some of this is covered in some courses, and if that's your course, amazing, fantastic. But what I'm getting is that a lot of this is not what you're learning. So first of all, documentation. The old adage, if it's not written down, it didn't happen, is true. So your documentation is your registration. That is your record of what you've done, what has happened, actions you've taken, and how you've kept yourself and the birthing person or their baby safe. Now, one of the things that's changed over the last 8 years, and this does make me a little bit of a dinosaur, is that we've gone from handwritten notes to, where I work, electronic documentation, which is BadgerNet. Raise your hand if you're on BadgerNet. Yay! Or yay or boo, depending on how you feel about BadgerNet. And there are different systems as well across the UK that some of you are using. So, I mean, I could do a whole other 40 minutes on BadgerNet. I won't, you'll be glad to hear. But I have really mixed feelings about it, because in some cases, this electronic documentation is really helpful because it prompts you as the user to input certain information. But it takes away the skill of learning to think independently about what you're writing. So I think a really important skill as a midwife is to look at the situation in front of you, everything that is happening, and to already know how to organize in your mind what the situation is, what your impression is of that situation, what's happened already, what you're going to do, and then what you're going to do if that doesn't work. So you can call it an SBAR, situation, background, assessment, recommendation, or whatever you want to call it. But I think what students now aren't learning, because you're now digital natives who are learning on these electronic systems, is you're not learning how to spontaneously think through what you're going to write and how you're going to be sure that you write everything that supports your registration when somebody goes back and scrutinizes it. So that's really important, and I think everyone needs to learn that. Even if you're badgering for the rest of your life, I think it's important. So the next skill that I think is missing is how to escalate concerns safely and professionally. So a lot of you send me DMs saying, oh my God, today was so unsafe. There was one midwife or 18 patients, or, you know, I had a dodgy CTG and I tried to page the reg and nobody came. I mean, I'm just sort of making these up from real messages that I've received. And unfortunately, the reality, guys, is that you will be working in some circumstances that will be dangerous and will be unsafe. And I don't want to scare anybody, because on the whole, you will be able to give care that's safe and of a good standard, and things will go well. But I'm here to tell you, as somebody who's out there and in amongst it, you will be working at times when it is not safe. And your responsibility as a midwife is to know how to escalate that and how to do it in a way that's professional and effective. So you feel free to message me and say, my shift was really unsafe. But I can't do anything about that, okay? It's ultimately, as qualified registered professionals, it's on you. So you need to know how to do things like, well, I'm the junior midwife on the ward, who do I tell? Well, you need to know how to escalate things to your senior charge midwife, you're a band 7. You need to know how to get in touch with the hospital coordinator and how to feel assertive enough to tell that person, A, that things are dangerous, B, why things are dangerous, and C, what you want done to rectify that situation. And if you don't get the response that you're looking for, you need to know how to take that higher, which is quite scary and daunting if you're fairly junior, but you need to know. And you need to know about DATEX, which is the application, you know, you fill in a form when you've had a near miss or an adverse outcome. It's boring. You guys need to know how to do it, because that shows that you've acted on something that was unsafe. You also need to have an understanding of the whole system of clinical risk. So when you file a DATEX, or when something adverse happens or almost happens, that DATEX or that documentation will go to your unit's clinical risk team. And this is a team made up of midwives, mainly obstetricians, consultants, managers, and they will look at that written evidence to determine whether you've acted appropriately, maybe there are lessons to be learned. And it's almost like so scary to think of things going wrong that we just don't want to think about it. I mean, it gives me like the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it as well, because we never want to find ourselves having to write something for clinical risk. But guess what? It's inevitable. You know, even if you do everything right, you will be asked to you know, write a statement or reflection on something that you did for, you know, somebody that maybe went on to have something bad happen to them. So we have to understand these mechanisms, and we have to understand our role in them. It doesn't have to be scary. You know, if you get an email and you see at the top, I would like you to write a statement for care of patient da-da-da, CHI da-da-da. You want to get to the point where you don't automatically have a sinking feeling, oh my God, I'm going to lose my job, it's all over, here it comes, which I have had that feeling many times. But you want to get to a point where you go, okay, I understand how this system works. I remember being taught about this, even though I've only been qualified for 3 weeks and I'm scared. I know now what I have to do, and I know how that information will be reviewed by the people in charge. Okay, so a lot of us don't even know how to write a statement. Now, when I was actually a student, I had to write a statement. There was a lady that I'd looked after. Long story short, she'd lost a piece of jewelry in amongst lots of acute things happening, and I had to write a statement because she thought I had stolen her jewelry. I don't know why. She identified me. There were lots of people involved, but she had said after the fact that student took my jewelry. So of course, there's me in floods of tears. Oh, I'm going to lose my job before I'm even qualified. It's all over. I'll never be a midwife. Did I steal? Is it in my uniform somewhere? Of course I didn't. But you start second guessing yourself, and the same thing happens when there's an adverse outcome. I thought I did everything right, but did I sign that CTG, or did I give that drug? I wrote down that I did, but did I really do it? And everybody's brain starts going through this whole scenario. So even as a student, I had to write a statement. I had no idea how. We had a designated supervisor for our group of students. I said, I don't know how to write a statement. I'm really scared. She wrote me back a sort of like vague one-line email, and I still didn't know how to write a statement. And I was terrified. Fortunately, it was all fine. It blew over. Obviously, I didn't steal the jewelry. It was okay. But I've had to write many statements in the intervening years, not always about something that I've actually contributed to, but even if you look after a woman at 12 weeks and she has a loss at 38 weeks, you will probably be asked to write a statement about your contribution to that episode of care. And only now do I know exactly what I need to write, in what order, what I should leave out, what I should not write. I've made all the mistakes, and done it wrong because I didn't know and I wasn't taught, and I wish somebody had taught me because it would have saved me a lot of kind of heartache. So all of these things are really scary, and you might think, well, actually they're all really boring and I don't want to think about them, but they're all really important because they're all ways of advocating for yourself and keeping yourself safe and right. Because if you don't know how to do these things, you're already putting your registration at risk. And you can't go on to have all those lovely things and those wonderful births and those great relationships if your registration is in doubt. Okay. So now the warm fuzzy bit. So we also need skills to protect ourselves as individuals. And it kind of goes hand in hand with the scary, horrible clinical risk kind of bit because it's all wrapped up together. And on this slide are lots of terms that I didn't know the meaning of 8 years ago. And unfortunately, I know what they mean now because I have experienced all of them. Okay? And I think it's important to be able to identify the things that you're feeling and experiencing and the things that you may go on to feel and experience as you continue your career, because only when you can put names to them and give them language and sort of words can you then take action and manage them. And again, most of your career will be wonderful. And in addition to these things, you will experience joy, pride, exhilaration, contemplation, rapport, great relationships with the people in your care and the people you work with. But you might experience some of these things as well. So I'll just go through them quickly, but it helps to know the difference between stress and burnout. So stress isn't always a negative thing. We all undergo stress when our bodies and minds are working hard to do something. It just means you're being stressed, you're placing demands on your system. It's not necessarily definite. But you need to know when that stress clicks over into something that's more acute and almost terminal. So you can love your job to the nth degree, and you can be the best midwife there is, but you may get to a point where you don't love your job anymore. You actually couldn't really care less what happens to that woman on the bed. You actually don't even want to be there anymore because you're sick of it. And it's really important to understand when that stress has clicked over into burnout and the steps you need to take to alleviate that, because I wrote a piece about this a little while ago. I can't remember exactly what I said, but I said something like burnout isn't just one big blaze of glory, it's lots of little fires. So I think when we think about burnout, we imagine like, oh my God, I just got to this point in my career, it just all nosedived, couldn't do it anymore, ran away, never came back. Now that does happen to some people, but more than likely what might happen is that you just hit little walls at different points in your career where it's really good to take a step back and maybe refresh and rejuvenate yourself. I think it's important to understand that difference and how to manage it. So the next thing on this list is vicarious trauma. So when you experience something vicariously, you're experiencing it, there's sort of the emotions of it through somebody else who's actually experiencing it. And over the last 18 months, we've all seen a lot of trauma. So we've seen maybe women separated from their partners at a time when they're really vulnerable or distressed. We've seen people get bad news, give bad news. And vicarious trauma is when you absorb that trauma yourself from having to watch somebody else go through it. And I feel like there's been a lot of that this year. Moral injury kind of ties into that. And I spoke at the start of the presentation about having to be an enforcer and having to enforce rules that on some level, why they're there and are important, but it just doesn't feel right. So when a woman is crying and distressed and she's begging for her partner and you're saying, well, no, he has to wait in the car park, it doesn't really feel right. And when you're doing that over and over and over again, just as an example, that maybe really doesn't feel right. And, it's not just something specific to COVID. Let's say you're having to examine a woman at a time when she's really vulnerable or distressed, and or maybe you're participating in an intervention, or you're just around part of the atmosphere at a time when you can tell the person at the center of that is really being traumatized and affected. And that can be quite hurtful individually as well if you feel like somehow, well, I've been a part of that, and I know that's not really, that doesn't align with my values as a midwife. So that's moral injury, and it's important to understand that as well. And finally, mental health first aid. So we all have to go through our sort of like immediate life support, workshops, and we have to know how to do chest compressions and pull the emergency buzzer and get the mask on, and that's all great and really important. But what if you or a colleague is having an episode of really acute mental distress at work? And that can just be like, oh, my friend the auxiliary is crying in the sluice. I mean, who has not cried in the sluice? Or I just can't face another patient today. I just cannot see the next person in the waiting area. Or I can't go back into that room after the sister spoke to me like that. Or, any of those things, and you've just hit a wall, like that's it, clocked out, game over. What do we do? I mean, you feel quite helpless when those things happen. Like, how can you take immediate helpful steps to help yourself or that other person who's in that position of distress? I mean, for a long time, I didn't really know. I would probably just cry and then go home, and if that's your first aid, that's fine. But what I know now is that there are actually immediate steps you can take to help somebody or help yourself in that acute situation. So we probably should know those things. And there are other ways to seek help if you need more ongoing support, whether that's through occupational health or your sort of UNI's pastoral care, or whether that's somebody outside your organization. So a lot of people who feel like they need support actually feel rightly or wrongly that they can't go down the route of seeking help through occupational health because rightly or wrongly, they feel it's stigmatizing, or there will be, something on their record about needing mental support that they don't want there to be. But there are lots and lots of other organizations that are out there that are specifically designed to provide support for healthcare workers and people on the front line. So it's good to know about that as well. And I didn't learn any of this at uni, so I don't know if you are, but I definitely didn't. So why do I care? Again, when I wrote Hard Pushed, I didn't really think of myself as somebody who would get really involved with supporting student midwives or newly qualified midwives, or even midwives in general, really. I mean, I wanted to sort of amplify the challenges of our profession and provide maybe a more realistic portrayal of what our role was. But what started to happen, and what I really didn't expect, was student midwives seemed to really like the book because, I mean, it came as quite a surprise to me because I did not paint the rosiest picture of the job, and I kind of expected it would maybe put a lot of people off, but apparently it hasn't. And I actually feel a little bit guilty because I've had a lot of messages from people saying, oh, I read the book and really made me take that last step towards filling in my application, or I was thinking about it for years and this has really inspired me to take that step. And then I look around at the environment I work in and I kind of think, really? Sorry about that, guys, because that wasn't what I intended. But obviously I appreciate that and I respect that. And I feel like now if I can do something to honor that enthusiasm and to give something back to you guys who have shown me so much support and appreciation, this is the time definitely to do that. So what am I actually doing? Well, I'm a little bit busy, but why not just do something else? So yeah, I am a midwife, practicing midwife. I work 1 or 2 shifts a week. I'm writing another book, but why not throw in something else? So what I've decided to start offering over the coming year is workshops for student midwives or newly qualified midwives to give you these skills that it sounds like you're not learning, but you need for today's workplace. So there's going to be a little bit about me, my journey to midwifery, how I became a midwife, and what things have been like over the last 8 years, writing my book, writing my next book. And then these other 2 big sort of chunks that we've talked about, these sort of practical skills to protect your registration and more sort of soft skills, emotional skills to protect yourself. And this is not, the point of this presentation is not to be a big plug for me, but if you're interested, you can find out more information on my website, which I'll cruise to just now. Funnily enough, named after me. So you can click on that, and there's a page called Workshops that will tell you a little bit more about the content and structure of the course. Or, of course, you can get in touch with me on Instagram or Twitter if you want to just say hi. So that is the general gist of what my thoughts are in terms of what you're not learning, what you should be learning, and how maybe we can rectify that situation. Thank you very much for bearing with me, and I'm more than happy to open to any questions if anybody has anything they'd like to add. The floor is yours, or just feel free to just raise your hand and say hi. And there are no silly questions. And you can ask me about anything, honestly. I'm unembarrassable, it's fine.
We've had a few online.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm just highlighting that people have sent out some comments about statement writing, so you can get your great mind thinking on that one.
Okay, great. That's fine.
So, sorry, I haven't got a microphone. Sorry. Just saying that a few questions have come through on the chat room asking about statement writing and models for that. So that's going to form part of the next bit. But I know we need to move on with the programme, but thank you so much, Leah. That's fantastic. So a round of applause. Thank you. Now, I think on our programme, we're running a little behind, and we've got a session which was the BAO programme, and do I have to move this one on? Sorry, this one. Baby Buddy 2 and the BAO platform. So we're going to play this because sadly, Agnes Agipong can't be with us, but they have she and Alison Baum have both recorded this presentation for you. So hopefully you'll be able to hear it nice and clearly. Yeah.
Be here virtually. I very much hope that next year I'll be able to be with you in person. This is actually a joint presentation between myself and Best Beginnings Head of Engagement, Agnes Agipong. And for those of you that are physically at the conference, although I'm not there and Agnes isn't there, there are two wonderful medical students at the stand, and you might discover that one of them is actually my son, who's part of the backstory behind why I set up the charity back in 2006. I'm going to be talking about Baby Buddy, the new version, Baby Buddy 2.0, which is launching today across Scotland. And my wonderful colleague, Agnes, is going to be talking about an excellent new platform, the BAO platform, which we would love for you to get involved with as well. First, a moment on Best Beginnings as a charity. We are passionate about the power of collaboration to drive positive change, and we're incredibly proud to work with so many midwives, the Royal College of Midwives, and so many other phenomenal organisations, national organisations and grassroots organisations, working together to support parents, co-parents and caregivers of all backgrounds to give their children the best start. And as an integral part of that, it's actually about supporting parents to look after themselves and to access the support and information that's out there within the statutory system, and also with grassroots organisations, through charities and the broader community. And at the heart of all this work is inequalities, and working to reduce the unacceptable inequalities that exist across the UK. All the resources that we've created over the years have been with this focus on empowering parents and ensuring that our resources support parents from diverse backgrounds with this unwavering focus, as I just said, on inequalities. And over the years, we've created more resources, and all of these new films that are now not so new, like many of the films from Bump the Breastfeeding back in the day, have made their way into Baby Buddy. Each set of films has taken, in many cases, 2 or 3 years to make, and now there are over 3,000 films within Baby Buddy. So, for those of you that were not familiar with Baby Buddy in its green original form before today, it's been there as an app to inform and empower parents, to support the relationships between parents and the couple, if they're in a couple relationship, them and their baby, and also them and their healthcare professional. And it's that combination of enriching contact points with professionals and directly empowering parents to look after themselves and maximise their baby's potential that is what Baby Buddy's all about. It doesn't do one thing, it's there to do a lot, and importantly, it's not instead of anything. And we're so proud that so many Royal Colleges, including the Royal College of Midwives, have and continue to review all the content, the written content, the films, so that they formally have endorsed it, and then you can recommend it with confidence, and the parents you give it to can also know that it's trustworthy and quality assured. And the version of Baby Buddy that launches today is also endorsed by all these organisations. And for those of you on Twitter, do have a look, and please do retweet and spread the word, because we want as many parents and multidisciplinary professionals to know about this new version, because so much love, sweat, tears, work, commitment from so many people have brought it to the UK. Both the old version and the new version on the outside just look like fun and funky apps. And we know from the feedback how much they're enjoyed, and I will share you some data shortly. But I just want to give a nod to, just sort of acknowledge briefly in this short talk about the solid theoretical underpinnings of both the original version and the new version. And at the heart of that is this approach called proportionate universalism, which means that the app, Babybuddy 2.0, launching today, has been designed for all families, but to be particularly relevant and useful for the families who experience inequalities. So Babybuddy was doing a really important role, and we were really proud of it, but we were actively seeking funding to enhance it to support fathers. Then the pandemic hit, and the world changed beyond measure. It shone a shockingly stark light on the inequalities that existed, and it also meant parents were cut off from their normal support networks. We, August of last year, in collaboration with two brilliant charities, published the Babies in Lockdown report, which I would encourage you to look at. It's at babiesinlockdown.info. And just a couple of weeks ago, we launched a follow-on report which highlights the need for investment in frontline services. Many of us at the team were out for March of the Midwives at the weekend. There is nothing that beats face-to-face contact with frontline professionals who are supported and valued. And in the midst of the pandemic, we also found that Babybuddy was having a role to play to not plug a gap, because nothing beats the face-to-face, but that 24/7 support. The feedback we've had is phenomenal, and there's been an academic paper already published on this, and this is a very small extract from it. The idea, it's there to reassure around the and we also looked at that first lockdown. This data is actually in the Babies in Lockdown report back from August last year. And we found that the level of usage was incredibly high, with people using Babybuddy across the board, app users, on average using it once a day or thereabouts, half of them doing that. So half of the app users being extremely high users. And the figure was even higher amongst parents from backgrounds who experience inequalities. So thank goodness we secured the funding to build the new version, because it needed to be upgraded, and that's what we've been working on these 18 months. So we want to thank everyone that's been involved in the development of Babybuddy. The parents, the multidisciplinary professionals, our awesome parent panel, the fathers groups, and all those that have been beta testing it since it went on the App Store as a beta in August. Nothing will beat actually playing with the app, so I really hope you're all going to download it and use it. You'll see that it's easier to navigate than the older version. It's got all the things that many people loved about the first version, including the avatar, your digital best friend who takes you on your journey. It's got the daily content, but now there's different content. For example, if you're a father in a relationship, or a mum in a relationship, or a mum on her own, or a father on their own, it very much segments the content depending on what the user tells the app about them at onboarding. It's got daily nudges as well, all of those films that some of you know and love, whether it's films to help parents spot the signs, warning signs in pregnancy, or to stop smoking, or to understand when they need to seek help. Those are all part of the Our Chance series that are in the app. There are all those, I think it's 39 breastfeeding films moved across and within the Babybuddy app. There are so many maternal mental health films. I think that's over 65. a mixture of parents who've let our cameras into their lives to share their stories, and expert voices, including the wonderful Sheena Byram, and on this screen here, fantastic Trudy Seneviratne from RC Psych, and a lot of films around supporting bonding and attunement and helping parents tune into and understand their baby. There are a series of films that we made with the charity 1+1 to support and strengthen the couple relationship. And those of you who may remember, we had our Small Wonders DVD some years ago that we made, and all of those films are also in this new version of Baby Buddy. And bringing things right up to date, there's a number of COVID-specific films, a number of them featuring Jacqueline Dunkley-Bent, Professor Jacqueline Dunkley-Bent, the Chief Midwifery Officer in England. We would love to do more films in Scotland and create Scottish-specific content, and would love to talk to any of you interested in exploring that with us. This is a fantastic new feature that's just in the new version, and it allows a parent as a couple, two parents, or a parent and a mum, or a parent and a professional, or a parent and a volunteer, or even a group of parents who, for example, in an antenatal group together, share stuff within the app. Once you create a space, you can then share films that you've watched and liked, or articles, or even share questions. I really encourage you to use this maybe between someone you're sat with today, set it up and share spaces so you get a flavour of how this feature works. Baby Buddy has also had a proper upgrade because we've got this new feature, thanks to Birth Choices UK, which is a feature that allows you to find any maternity unit in the UK. We've got the addition of health and wellbeing plans, and the ability to add many children or multiples, or, for example, because it will in time go up to the 5th birthday, you can have several children in here and also be pregnant at the same time. Postnatally, it will allow you to map your baby's growth and immunisation status and developmental milestones and more. And it does enable you to give feedback, which will help us make it better. And also there's the potential for us to do specific surveys for particular localities. We've been commissioned, for example, to do that across Surrey and across Leeds. And we'd be delighted to do work to bespoke this national app specifically to create a Scottish version or versions for particular health. Whilst Baby Buddy only formally launches today, it's actually been on the App Store since the 8th of August. And over these last few months, over 11,000 parents and professionals have been downloading it, using it, and giving us their feedback. And I do want to spend a moment on this slide, because although the numbers are small for many of these questions that have popped up in app, we've had less than 300 people answer, but my goodness, the feedback is positive. So parents who know about the app are valuing it. It's helping them learn more about their pregnancy, helping them care for their baby, helping them get more out of their appointments and more. But they'll only know about it because we're a charity. We don't have a marketing budget, and we don't have adverts. We do have social media, so we would love you to get involved on social media and spread the word that way. But also we want you to know, this is Agnes and I, or the whole Best Beginnings team, to know how pivotal midwives are. So of the 11,000 people that have downloaded the app and the people that answered this question, not everyone answered this pop-up question, but 45% of people heard about Baby Buddy from their midwife. And we would love for you all to become Baby Buddy champions and spread the word. The fantastic Best Beginnings team have managed to secure some funding so that we can give out leaflets and posters and some pull-up banners to different maternity services so that you can then spread the word to the families you support. For those of you that like QR codes, you can hover your phone over that QR code and it will bring up the form. Or if you want to, just write down the URL with that number 4948244, and that will take you to an online form. So for those of you physically here, but also for many people watching online, you can go online, give us your details so we can stay in touch with you. You can also tell us what leaflets or posters or banners you might like. There's not an infinite supply, but if you tell us a bit about you, where you want to use them, we'll do our darndest to make sure that everyone that is at this very special launch conference, well, it's a launch conference for us, all of you at this event today will get access to this free collateral. And we are happy to give away the banners on the actual stand, assuming they do arrive tomorrow as planned, bright and early, to a really good home somewhere in Scotland. So have a chat with my son David at the stand if you're someone at the conference in person. Scotland. Now it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to Agnes, to the wonderful, who's going to tell you all about the BAO platform. Over to you, Agnes.
Hi everyone. Firstly, thank you so much to the organisers for having me here today. I really, really wish I could have been there with you in person, and next year we have to make that happen. Thank you, Alison, so much for your introduction. And as I said, my name is Agnes. I'm Head of Engagement here at Best Beginnings. I'm also a Maternity Voices Partnership Chair for Guy's and St Thomas Hospital down in London. I'm a mum of three, very busy mum of three. That keeps me on my toes, and I'm here to talk to you today about the BAO platform. So the BAO platform is a digital directory that hosts Black-led initiatives, community groups and mental health services created by and for the Black community all in one place. So the meaning of BAO is joy has found us in Yoruba, which is a language that is spoken particularly in a country in Nigeria, West Africa. As well as mental health services, the BAO platform has a range of social prescribing organisations. You know, a person's mental health is so intrinsically interlinked with their social environment and also structural inequalities. So it's so important to have that kind of one-stop shop, that place that you can go to and pivot to see what's going on in your locality so that you can be involved. Historically, Black people haven't really had that much support we haven't really had that much support with our mental health. So this is actually really a step change. And even though the platform typically is aimed at 16 to 25, everyone can benefit. And the service listed are community-led, so that means it's by and for the community. And particularly when we're looking at maternal mental health, I believe a platform like this is so instrumental, and I'll show you why. So there's a definition that I just kind of told you about there, so I'll go to the next slide. You know, when we're talking about the psychological benefits of exercise, you know, more energy, decreased stress, increased self-esteem and self-confidence, better sleep, help with depression and anxiety, you know, which is scientifically proven. You know, exercise can do so much, but sometimes it can be quite lonely and you're thinking, you know, how do I get out there, especially when you're pregnant or you've had a new baby. And so actually having, you know, being able to hover and say, okay, there's an organisation for Swim Dem Crew, which is really about, you know, encouraging and supporting, you know, Black people to swim. As you can see, you know, next to that here, we've got Black Girls Do Run UK, again, another organisation. This is just two of many different organisations that are populated on the website. But it doesn't just have to be about, you know, exercise. It could also be a choir. It could also be a gardening club. It could be a talking club. Really, the whole point is about bringing people together and helping to support people through their mental health, but through the spirit of joy and finding joy on that journey. And so Scotland, we need you. I'll talk about the elephant in the room in a second, but literally this is how it looks. You know, you go onto the website here, you can see on the left hand side there's a few different organisations, and on the right hand side you'd usually get your mouse, and I'm sure you can see here I'm kind of hovering, and if this was a live demo, what you would see is as I've hovered, the name of the different organisations would come up. But when we look at Scotland, Scotland is a little bit lacking there. I shouldn't say a little bit, is a lot lacking. And really, just like Baby Buddy, you know, we spoke to about 10,000 different people to get Baby Buddy to where it is now. Baby is still at that stage where we still need the input from people. You know, what's going on in Scotland? What are some of those Black-led community groups that are doing some amazing work through the idea of joy and really helping to empower empower people within the community. We want to hear about them. So if you do know some organisations, where, as I said, whether it be a choir, a gardening club, a walking club, whatever it may be, you know, drop me an email, and I believe Alison will be sharing my email details with you at the end of her presentation. But drop me an email, because we want to see Scotland, you know, on the map here. We want to see so many more of those diamonds, you know. And then what that means is next time when somebody that you're working with, if a mum comes into you, she says she's really struggling with her mental health. Not only can you signpost her to some of the amazing videos that we have on mental health within Baby Buddy 2.0, but in addition to that, you can also hover and say, okay, well, let's see what's going on within the community, within our locality, and you'd be able to signpost her to some amazing support in Scotland. Thank you so much for your time.
It's my opportunity now to come back and just say thank you for being on this journey with us. We welcome you into the Best Beginnings family if you're not already part of it. I've put the email addresses there so that you can be in touch with Agnes or I if you want to find out more. And also do follow us on social media and spread the word, because together we really can make a difference. Enjoy the rest of your conference, and I look forward to hopefully seeing you in person next year with Agnes.
We're running a little late, so apologies all around. But I think it's important that we hear about the Baby Buddy and the Bayo platform, which are very new and very important. Anyone got the Baby Buddy on their app? That's one. Well, I would expect so too. It's a very useful resource, I will say, so do have a look at it later. Now, because we're running a little bit late, we may be having to have a few more online questions than we would normally, but I don't want to take any more time from our lovely Sheena Byram, who is very much, I always think of Sheena as our midwifery royalty, and she does have an OBE, and she is a writer and a speaker and a wonderful person altogether. So I'd just like to emphasise that her CV is online, so I'm not going to go through it all because I don't want to take any time from her. So welcome, Sheena, and thank you for coming to talk about sustaining midwifery. Thank you, Sheena. You're right.
I've even brought my lipstick. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hi. Hi. I just thought it'd be really nice to say hello like this so that I can cheer you up a bit. Okay, so I'm absolutely delighted to be here in Scotland. I love Scotland. My husband stood at the back, and that makes me feel a little bit nervous, but we just love travelling in Scotland and seeing all the hills, and you live in the most wonderful part of the world, and it's a huge privilege, and I think it's so good that I can say I've come to another country for the day. So yeah, there we go. And I always use this image on nearly every single presentation that I do. And today my talk is about sustaining the joy of midwifery and about respect. And I thought, should I change it? Because, it doesn't really, should I put something else on that's kind of related to respect? And then I thought, no, because this is exactly it. This is about respecting each other, respecting the birth process, respecting midwives, respecting women and birthing people and anybody that we come into touch with. So it's a joy for me to talk about this topic because it's something that I'm absolutely passionate about. I've been a midwife for more than 40 years, And most of my highlights and challenges have been around ensuring that women get the respect that they deserve, and families and birthing people, that they all get the respect, but also that midwives get it too. So I hope that my talk will just help to kind of instill in you why that's a very, very important part of your work. Now, how do I move on? Because it says dummy laptop. Oh, it's here. You did explain that. Thank you. I'm not listening. Okay, so my first slide is to thank you all. So thank you for those of you who are working in direct contact with families, because you're the one, like Leah pointed out, that are really feeling it at the moment and have been for at least 18 months or more, feeling the pressure, feeling the challenges. And like Leah, I get many direct messages and contacts from midwives and students asking me for help, saying they're drowning, they don't know what to do, where can they turn? And so I every time I get a message, my heart plummets and I feel what you feel, even though I'm not there. But I just want to thank you all, because I respect you and I'm there with you, alongside you, even though, in spirit, even though I'm not with you personally, because it's really massive what you're doing. And I asked for permission to use this photograph. I was actually at a vigil in Burnley in Lancashire on Saturday with my daughter Anna, who's also a midwife. But this was taken in Norwich, and I've used this and made this little kind of meme, because this was all about respect, wasn't it? Let's think about what the word means, what respect means. And on Saturday, what happened was communities rose up. So women and families rose up, and it's something I've been waiting for all my career. So when Sue Down and I published The Roar Behind the Silence, it was all about compassion and respect. And one of the things we said, wouldn't it be better if women and birthing people or families just actually said what it's like, rather than us keep saying it? Wouldn't it be much better? Well, they did it. So the communities that initiated this huge movement that took place right across the UK, respect to them, because they've said, enough, we've had enough. We want to do something about it. And so there was so much respect going on. And in the community that I was there with Muslim families who were absolutely loving the midwives that were there in the freezing cold. And the person, Sundas, the midwife who kind of led the vigil there, all her family were around her saying, we need to make change happen. So we were respecting each other. And just think about that in your own lives, how much it's important for you to be respected, whether it's in your personal life or working as a midwife or a student midwife. You can hear my voice is a bit tricky. So globally, we need respect. And, we've heard of the BEO project, the platform that's just been launched. Absolutely crucial, because you can see at the top right-hand corner, this is, representing the fact that Black Lives Matter, that actually mothers and babies are dying unnecessarily or harmed because of the colour of their skin. And there is no respect in some of those circumstances. There's absolute direct and systemic racism. There's also the issue of gender, and whether that's female and male, female inequalities, or whether it's the transgender issues. There's inequalities there. There's no respect. And the respect for our planet. So the global issues in terms of the climate change, we must start really thinking about how we can respect our planet. And that includes the way we work as midwives. And midwifery is a low-cost intervention that saves lives. So we are very important in climate change and the way we work. So constantly thinking about that. And the pandemic, of course. So we have all the issues of respect. And Leah pointed out all the things that are happening in practice where we feel moral injury because we're not respecting women's wishes because of the pandemic. So there's lots to talk about, and I haven't got time for everything in that respect, in that matter. So we've also got the issue of too little, too late, too much, too soon. If you haven't read this series of papers, it's important that you do. It's integral to understanding the impact that too much, too soon in our Western world is having in high-income countries, the fact that we are doing too much intervention. So we're actually treating women and birthing people we're treating them when we don't need to, and the women that need it aren't getting it. And because we're intervening too much, that's having an impact on climate change, it's having an impact on our work, and it's having an impact on the women and families. And it's just as important as too little too late, whereas in some countries there isn't enough intervention. Again, I can't go into that any further. And women are reporting feeling traumatised, and whilst this is an old reference, it's still the same, around the same number, probably 30 to 33%. Unacceptable that women aren't feeling respected in their birthing journey. And these are some of the quotes that I've taken from a movement called They Said to Me. They couldn't understand why I didn't want to be induced, and they kept trying to convince me. This is happening all the time, every single day, in multiples, where women feel pressured to having some kind of intervention when they don't want to have it. You'll want to keep the CTG on you want to keep your baby safe, don't you, during your VBAC? You know, it's kind of coercive language. If you can't get milk into your baby, you're going to have to go back to hospital, and I'll refer you to social services. Now, that seems extreme, but that is definitely happening. And I speak to people who it's happened to. Where is the respect for that woman? Who wants to keep her baby safe more than a mother? I don't think there's anybody, and there's no respect. These words come into mind when we're thinking about the issues that are happening within maternity care at the moment. And they're all things that are impacting, again, lack of respect in most circumstances. There was a huge survey. Am I doing all right with this microphone? Oh, she's got a thumbs up. I keep feeling like I'm making a noise with it. What Women Want survey that's a global survey, and 1.2 million people have responded. And if you look, number one is women want respectful and dignified care. And that's what women are saying they want. So they're not saying the other things are very important to them, but it's their number one request that we respect them and look after their dignity. And the same goes for midwives too, and student midwives, because when we talk about service users or I don't use the word patients, but if we talk about the women and families who use our services, we are they. Right, so I'm a grandma of 9 children. Every single one of my 9 babies, I wanted them to have what I always made sure I delivered. So we're no different. We are they. And we deserve the same kind of respect. In fact, if we don't look after each other and respect ourselves and respect each other, then we're not going to be able to deliver the care in the right way. And it's the way we think, it's the way we act, it's the way we do things, no matter what circumstances we're in. This is what the RCM have presented, the fact that, we are in a situation where midwives are leaving, and Leah alluded to that, and there's so much pressure. And I'm not going to go on about that because it's already been said. But we need to have a call to action, okay? We need to do something about it. And I was saying to some students this morning, whilst it might seem depressing, you are part of the revolution. Okay, you are part of it. You're the future. And whilst you might feel, I'm not sure whether this is right for me, if it's not, then don't do it. But if it is and you're committed to it, you'll go down in history as just as the people who worked during the wars. This is important work. You're actually continuing to deliver and support and nurture families into the next generation. And we need courage to do that. And you might think, it's all right for you. You stood up there speaking. But, I'm kind of alongside everybody that's caring, and I'm with them, but I'm not kind of on the shop floor, as it were, or in direct contact. But I just feel like I want to instill that courage in you, because there are times in my career when I felt absolutely like I couldn't go on. I've had a massive litigation case against me that lasted 10 years. I was bullied severely in my job. And even when I was head of midwifery, I was bullied. So, these are things, the pressures are different, but they're still pressures that made me feel like I needed to leave. So let's think about humanising maternity care. If you don't know what the humanisation of childbirth is, have a look at The Practicing Midwife. It's a journal that me and my daughter own, and we curate it. And within it, there's a whole series of articles based on Elizabeth Newnham's PhD. She wrote a book based on that called The Humanisation, and she's curated these articles. And basically, what it's saying is that everybody, right from the top, the policymakers, right through to the touch you give to a birthing person, is actually has got to be respectful. We have to respect physiology. We have to respect the processes of birth and each other, and that the woman and her family have to be central, and that it's not got to be just what we talk about. This has got to be right in our heads and in everything we do. And if you've ever heard Leslie Page talking about the humanisation of birth, I know the Midwifery Forum actually videoed her, and it's on the YouTube channel. Just listen to it and you'll get it. And if you start to think about how to do that, and in the Practicing Midwife, we've got areas of to kind of give you tips to do that, you will start to think differently and practice differently. But the very first step is to look after yourself. And like Leah said, this isn't just all about making memes and saying, you know, we've got to take a bath and in bubble bath and massage ourselves. It's really, really important. And I have to do it, you know, all the time. I have to keep thinking, because I'm challenged by delivering lots of sessions and writing lots of chapters that haven't been finished, and, you know, seeing to my grandchildren and running around, running around doing so many things. I have to look after myself, otherwise I'll just collapse. So you have to do that, because being with people and women means that your energy's sapped. So you have to be with yourself as well, look after yourself, because you matter. You absolutely do. And again, I've taken one of the. This was a sign made by Paula Cleary, who's a doula, and she posted this on social media. I asked her if I could use it. Midwives matter. You matter. You matter as a midwife. You matter as a human being. So look after yourself. And actually, I meant to bring with me a copy of Jan Smith's book, Nurturing Maternity Staff. Jan Smith is a clinical psychologist, and she's written the most amazing book. I wish I'd have had it when I was a student midwife or a clinical midwife, because it's full of tips that you can use to sustain yourself at home, at work, 30 seconds worth of sustaining, and also how to look after your colleagues as well. And actually, we've got some copies on our stand, and you get a free copy today if you join our All for Maternity community. And this is the book, actually. And you can see here, she highlights individual well-being, things you can do. And because this is our area of expertise, this is all evidence-based. You know, it's all based on the chemical reactions of your body, things that can really make a massive difference. So the solution to burnout is not only self-care, it's about caring for each other as well. One of the big things is about how kind we are to each other, how much we can support each other, love each other, and really love each other, look after each other, because it makes a massive difference. And what Jan talks about is reaching in. So not just reaching in and listening to that person. Listen with fascination, eye contact. Ask somebody really how they are, and then listen and try to support them if you can. Another thing to help you to support your colleagues is, this is a wonderful a wonderful thing to remember, having in your toolkit for nurturing each other and shifting the culture in the place where you work. It can either be on the shift or the department or the whole organisation. And I've used this in practice many, many times. And actually, it's about acknowledging when somebody has done something that's made a difference. Authentic, positive feedback. So it's not just saying, oh, you're brilliant, you. It's about saying, do you know the way you went in that room and turned the light off, and the way you approached that woman, or the way you did any particular thing, really made a difference. I saw the impact that it had. And then commend that person to others. Better if that person's there, so maybe at the station, and then ask them to teach that. And one example was given to me once. I didn't see this, but somebody told me about it, where a student midwife was giving a discharge, giving a woman her discharge information before she went home, and she had the screens drawn. And the midwife was outside the curtain and she heard what she was saying and she was really impressed. So when the student midwife went back to the station, the midwife went in front of everybody else and said, "Do you know, Susan, the way you delivered that information to that woman was superb. It was really succinct and you were really compassionate and respectful to the woman. And it was just brilliant. And I'd like to acknowledge that and commend you." And I wonder, she didn't use those words. And then she said, "Would you mind teaching others to do it?" So she said to the other, the midwives and everybody, "It's worth going and listening to what she says because it saved time and it was fabulous." So that's the kind of thing. What happens, do you think? What happens if somebody says that to you? What do you think? Well, I certainly know that if somebody gives me some positive feedback, I think about it for about a week. You know, I go, wow, somebody thought, you know, and about 10 years ago, someone said to me, I was at a conference and it was in Toronto, and a midwife who'd gone to live in New Zealand, she'd emigrated to New Zealand, came to find me and she said, "You know, Sheena, I used to remember you practicing and I loved it." This was like in the 1980s. She said, I loved watching you when you were caring for women in labour because you always turned the lights off. Well, let me tell you, I used to get scared about turning the lights off because the senior midwives used to come in and switch them all back on again and say, "What are you doing? Why are you putting the lights off? I can't see anything." And I said, "I wish you'd have told me because it would have given me confidence to carry on doing that positive thing." But she never did. She never told me. She told me like many years later. So never underestimate that. Am I nearly finished? Yeah, I'm sorry. I've got lots to say still. I've not had 40 minutes. Have I? Can I carry on? Is it all right to carry on? They're nodding, Sue. They're nodding. Okay, it's just that I've... Oh, right. Well, I haven't got to the best bits yet. Anyway, the resources are, so make sure you know what human rights are. If you don't know what a woman's or birthing person's human rights are, then go to Birthrights and have a look on that website because it's got everything that you need to know. But really treat each person like she's an individual, not as a vessel for carrying the baby. Go to your code. There's a stand here. Understand what it says in your code about respect, respectful maternity care, respect people's decisions, whatever they make. The GMC say exactly the same as the NMC. And also, if you don't know about Montgomery and Lanarkshire ruling, what that says is that we have to make sure that we take into account individual characteristics. So actually, what's material for that person? We have to make sure she has the right information on what is material. So if she's being induced and she doesn't want to be, then it works for that as well. So I'll skip that one. And there's the Birthrights website. Lots of resources on the Respectful Maternity Care, the White Ribbon Alliance, it's all there. This is fantastic. My daughter Anna was part of the creation of this. Respect workshops on the ICM, the International Confederation of Midwives website. There's a whole toolkit there, including presentations that you can use to understand what it really means to deliver respectful maternity care. This is another fantastic resource that you're going to love, and I'm not going to show you the videos because I haven't got time. But it's if you search for Rechime, what there is are 2 videos that you can watch and share with others, and it shows disrespectful maternity care through the eyes of a woman having a baby in a hospital in England right now. And it shows the interactions between the obstetrician and the midwife, and it shows how she's left and how the midwife is constantly looking at the computer. And then it shows you the same scenario on doing it respectfully. So it's fantastic, and you can work through it all at your own pace, and I would recommend you go on. So it's Rechime. If you Google it, and you'll find it, and the videos should have been there, but they're not. And that's kind of like gives you a flavour of what they look like, and you can watch them through VCR eye things to kind of watch, and you get the feeling of the person being all around you. I think they're coming to drag me off now. So just last. I've nearly finished now, Karen. So from me to you, this is just some messages from me to you. Remember to facilitate choice. It's not about directing people into doing what you think is right. It's about what's right for them. And that's the law now with Montgomery and Lanarkshire. Choice is very important, and this is, now in England, I'm not sure about Scotland, but in England, it's not shared decision-making, it's informed decision-making. The woman makes the decision, and we support that decision and make it as safe as possible. Cultural safety and gender inclusivity. If you haven't read about that or know about that, you have to do your own learning. Really address your own biases and find out as much information as you can. Again, we've got loads on it in the Practicing Midwife and All for Maternity. There's lovely Anna Horn, who's one of our mums who works closely with us. Black lives absolutely matter and midwives matter. Collaborate. Relationships are the key of respectful care. Building relationships with each other and with the families that we care for. Reconnect to your purpose. I was going to show you this video, this Reconnecting to Your Purpose, which is about the physiology, respecting physiology. And this is a video, again, that my daughter Anna has initiated. You can find it if you put physiology of birth into Google, and you'll see the animation, but we haven't got time to share it with you, which is a shame. Trauma-informed care, connected, look at the caesarean section and the home birth. They both deserve the same respect. Both people deserve to have that oxytocin-induced moment, and it's up to us to make sure that we get that right. Compassionate leadership, learn about that. Google Michael West, watch his videos, absolutely amazing. Student midwives, you're all leaders. Everybody's leaders. Do you know, we just have to find it in ourselves, and compassionate leadership is the way forward. I'm going to finish now because you can see I have lots of slides. But I'm going to go to at the end. My daughter Anna always says to me, Mum, you should never skip through your slides. It's really horrible for people watching, but I have to, otherwise they'll be pulling me away. I want to show you a video. I hope it plays. It's just 1 minute long. Okay, it's just 1 minute, and it's about. This is just to say there is light at the end of the tunnel. After dark, there is light. There's always light. And if I'm still believing that, and I've been here for 40 years, I'd really like to kind of encourage you to believe it too. Like I said at the beginning, you are part of the revolution. Wait for the light because it's coming. And don't lose hope. Being hopeful is actually part of what keeps us going, keeps us alive. And this is a quote from the fabulous Matt Haig's book. So here it is. Here's this film. It's actually just been published, and it literally is about 30 seconds long. And then you can all go. So thank you so much for listening, everybody. It might not even play. What do you think, Catherine? Do you think it might play? I really hope it will, because... Oh, no. She's trying to get me off as well. It might play in just 1 minute. Just please, let's just see if it will. If not, then, again, you can Google it. It has just been published, and it is... Oh.
I didn't know. She didn't know. We didn't know.
When they raised their voices, were unkind,
didn't listen.
That I have a right.
That all women,
all birthing people,
have the right
to freedom from harm. No ill treatment.
No exclusion.
No matter where I live,
or where we are from, or what we believe,
or who I love. Safe, compassionate care
for mothers and babies
is not a luxury.
It is a human right.
I didn't know. She didn't know.
We didn't know.
When they didn't ask me,
didn't listen,
didn't get my consent,
didn't give me a choice.
That I have a right. That all women, all birthing people,
have the right to choose.
Don't cut me or sweep my membranes.
Not without my full consent. Don't perform a C-section or induce me.
Not without my full consent.
Don't give my baby formula.
Not without my full consent.
Don't rush my golden hour
and fill it with your noise.
No matter where I live or where I'm from or what I believe, who I love.
Listen to me.
Take me seriously. Give me control. Give me information.
I decide for myself about my own body.
These are not luxuries.
They are human rights.
I didn't know. She didn't know.
We didn't know.
When they walked
working right, was it? It wasn't synced with the...
She's so fussy. She's so fussy. Now, I'm going to intersperse because I know Sheena has to rush off to do the Meet the Expert session, which is why I was signalling her.
I don't even know where to go.
She's being taken up there.
Oh, is it that way?
Yeah, by your associate there, your skilled associate. Thank you very much, Sheena. And I'm sorry we have run over, but with the people online, we'll be answering the questions in the chat box. For those of you who are here, and well done for keeping going, you can nobble Sheena. Sorry, you can access the speaker, Sheena, and you can access Leah now in the intermission to ask some questions, the questions you might have face to face. Also, just take in mind from 11:20 to 11:40, there's the Meet the Experts talk. So there's the antenatal results and choices with Karen McIntosh and all for maternity with Sheena Byram. So that's in between your coffee break. So do go and have a break, and we'll see you back at 11:45 for the next session. And thank you for your attention and being such a lovely audience.
We are an Edinburgh-based charity providing baby loss counselling and support to families in different areas of Scotland, with over 40 years' experience of offering compassionate bereavement care in the community. We connect with bereaved parents through our shared empathy. The majority of our staff are bereaved parents themselves, so through shared, lived experience we understand the journey that families face. The loss of a baby or an infant is an extraordinary type of loss, different to any other bereavement, and no one can truly understand unless they have walked that same journey. Through our shared empathy, we offer families a safe space to share about their baby and receive the best possible compassionate support. We connect with families, offering a range of support services including specialist baby loss counselling, one-to-one and group befriending. We recognise and understand that families' grief for their baby is a lifelong journey, and we adapt our services to ensure families have support for as long as they need it. Families connect with us as a team and are also able to find support from peers who have shared similar experiences. Our shared love for our little ones is what remains, and the thread that connects us to the families that we support. Our values are shared within the team as we provide compassion and support to each other, and we connect through our care for our families and for each other. There is always love in everything that we do as it comes from the heart.
Hi, my name's Zoe. I am the administrator at Simba and the Memory Box Contact. We are at Maternity Midwifery Festival in London today, and I just wanted to talk to you about some of the services that we provide here at Simba. So first of all, I'll give you a little bit of background about the charity. We have been going since 2005 and became a registered charity in 2007. First of all, just supplying one hospital in Edinburgh called Simpsons, and that's where Simpsons Memory Box Appeal comes from. We now supply 261 hospital units across the UK and Ireland, and to date we've sent out over 20,000 memory boxes. That's growing all the time, and that's why we come to conferences like this to make new contacts, to make sure we can supply as many hospitals as possible, so that all families are issued with a memory box to make as many memories as they can with their baby. I'm just going to talk you through the memory boxes. So in October 2017 we redesigned our memory boxes, and we have 3 sizes of boxes. We have the smaller size, which would be gifted up to a lady who suffered a loss up to about 14 weeks. So this box is more about acknowledgement that that baby did exist rather than creating memories. So there's just a few items in here. As you can see, we have some lovely knitted items in here, and that's really important to the parents because it acknowledges that someone's actually taken the time to make these items to make it really special. So there's a little knitted bear, a little butterfly, and the blanket. They're all handmade. And then we've got the star and the charms. In the bottom section we have a few items like a Just to Say card where they can write down a message to their baby. We also have a birth acknowledgement certificate, and that's really important because it acknowledges that that baby does exist. We have 2 other sizes. So we've got the medium size, which is a new size that we introduced when we relaunched these boxes, and that's for babies born between 14 to 24 weeks. So there's lots of items in there that they can create memories with their baby. We put 2 bears in, one for parent, one for baby. We put in our Touch by You blankets, and they are 6-inch knitted squares, one for parent, one for baby. Place it on the skin, and when it's time to say goodbye, they swap them over so they've got something that's been touched by each other. Again, there's a birth acknowledgement certificate in here. Any baby born before 24 weeks, there's no birth or death certificate, so that is really important to those parents. There's a candle in here that's hand engraved, and that candle is for Baby Loss Awareness Day, which is on the 15th of October, and all around the world everyone lights their candle at 7 p.m, so we put the candle in so that everyone can light their candle in their own home. The large box is very similar to the medium and has quite a lot of the same contents. There's a few additional items because obviously babies are slightly bigger. So we put in a brush and comb so they can brush the little one's hair. We have a nappy. It's so important that the parents get the opportunity to put a nappy on their baby. And we have a wee wisp of hair box as well. Yeah. So inside the large and the medium size boxes, we have the clay imprint kit. The clay imprint kit are funded by the Hayden Kennan Foundation. Hayden was born with Down syndrome, and sadly he had a heart defect. Hayden sadly passed away at 15 weeks. When Hayden was in hospital, his parents got clay imprint kit and took imprints of his hands and feet, and when Hayden passed away they realised how special this was. So the Hayden Kennan Foundation now fundraise for every medium and large memory box to have a clay imprint kit. I'm just going to show you another sample here. So the clay doesn't harden, it stays nice and soft, and at any time the parents can take it out of the frame and feel the markings of the baby's hands and feet, which is really important. We also do a lot of other services as well. We offer support to parents, grandparents and all other members of the family. So we have online support on our Facebook, which are closed groups, so they're a safe place for people to post about their babies and how they're feeling. We also offer support groups which are in Scotland at the moment. We have 14 support groups that meet monthly in our different locations. We do look to expand all our services UK-wide in the future. We have our Trees of Tranquility, which are life-size copper sculptures. Parents can request a leaf from us and get it engraved with a personal message. Then they return it to us and they get it attached to their tree of choice. We do a lot of training. So Sarah, our executive director, she does a lot of training with students and midwives to make them comfortable in dealing with bereavement care. Unfortunately, bereavement is not really a massive part of midwifery training, so any training that we can do to help these ladies feel comfortable in dealing with bereavement and memory making is really important, so Sarah does a lot of that. And we also refurbish family rooms, so we go into a hospital and change a room from a clinical setting to a really nice tranquil space for parents to spend time with their baby, and that's really important that there's facilities there so that partner can stay over, there's coffee making facilities, a fridge and things like that, so all family members can come in and make use of that room and spend as much time as they want with their baby. So as you can see, our memory boxes have a lot of knitted items in them. We're always looking for volunteer knitters, so if you are interested in knitting or crocheting for the charity, please have a wee look at our website. If you are based in Scotland, we obviously could do with your help in the office. We're based in Mayfield, just outside of Edinburgh. So anyone that wants to volunteer in the office, please get in touch as well. All our services, there's a bit more information about them on our website, which is www.simbacharity.org.
Okay, welcome to the next session. I'm trying to be very strict chair. It doesn't always work. But welcome to our online people and welcome to the people here who've come for the session. It's A1 and it's compassionate care in the community after pregnancy and baby loss. And I'm delighted to be able to welcome Nicola Welsh, who's a CEO of Held in Our Hearts since 2015, after years of volunteering following the loss of her own son Theo in 2009. And you will see she's dedicated to providing holistic and compassionate bereavement care for all families and ensuring no family goes without the essential support they need. And under her leadership, Held in Our Hearts has gone from a team of 3 to 12, including 4 specialist baby bereavement counsellors, which is fabulous. And she's also expanded the charity's counselling services in response to families' needs to include the Borders, Fife and Forth Valley, and she chairs the NHS Lothian's multi-agency pregnancy and infant loss support group, as well as sitting on the Scottish Government stillbirth group to provide parents' perspective to inform policy discussions and share learning. That's fantastic. She's also the chair for the Parent Advisory Group for Scotland for the National Bereavement Care Pathway initiative supported by the Scottish Government and led by SANS UK to improve bereavement care for families in Scotland. So I'm really delighted. Nicola, welcome and thank you for coming to be with us to tell us all.
Thank you ever so much. Gosh, what a treat to see real people in 3D. It's the first time I've done this for a couple of years now, so delighted to be here today. So I'm the Chief Executive of the charity, and it's a real privileged position that I hold. And I'm going to talk to you a bit about another passion of mine, which is community compassionate care. And I think it's something that we can continue to enhance and work on. So I often think of baby loss in 2 parts. There is the utter devastation, the pain, the shock, and the trauma of losing a baby. And then there is the rest of your life following. And these are my own words. They're my own words because I had to do this myself. I had met my son. I had spent 3 weeks loving this little boy. And I had to say goodbye to him when he died. I had to leave him, not be able to see him or his little face ever again, and leave this building and leave him essentially with strangers. And you can only but imagine the devastation that causes families to walk out of that building, and then what they face afterwards and how they actually cope. And that's really a big passion of mine. The loss of your own is an extraordinary loss. It cannot be compared to any other kind of loss. It is different from somebody in a family, someone who's been here and lived, and you share stories with them and you reflect on your time together. The loss of a baby is about your hopes and dreams. It's the possibility that all that was ahead, and you live a life with somebody missing. The impact and the devastation caused is really lifelong. And I think we still are misunderstanding the real impact that this has on families, and it's why we're so passionate about the care that we provide. So COVID, as you can imagine, has made things incredibly difficult for bereaved parents. So grief is isolating in itself. But families are having to be on their own. They're not able to have like those cups of tea, the shoulders to cry on, the bowls of soup, the washing, the other children being looked after. These kind of traditional sort of elements of grief that we hold. And I think only until COVID did we realise that the traditions are there for a reason. We grieve better with others. We share stories. We talk about who they were to us. We prepare for the eulogy. And we recall who they were and what did their life mean to everybody else. And that was completely taken away. But it's often taken away from bereaved parents anyway, because there was no little life to share about who they were and what did they mean. Because it was to those parents, it was what the life was going to mean to everybody around them. And so we've really noticed a big impact on families, really grieving alone, So the charity made sure that we were there. We didn't furlough. We wanted to shine a light at a very dark time. And we've definitely seen, unfortunately, an increase in that kind of trauma and PTSD and complex PTSD, which I'll touch on. So we're a trauma-informed charity. We have done a lot of work to learn as much as we can and listening to the parents and making sure that we are as informed about the impact as anyone can ever be. So what we've learned is that trauma is not for somebody else to say whether we think it's trauma that has been endured or we think that they've had a traumatic experience, but indeed it's how the person processes that trauma which becomes trauma. So you could have two identical situations and families, and one person could be very traumatized by that and the other not. You can't see trauma, but you can hear trauma. So trauma is around past experiences, people's vulnerabilities perhaps, and perhaps complex childhoods that can lead to more trauma in somebody's life. And also how they recall it at the time, but also moving forward. So it's around the processing of that experience for an individual. So we know about trauma because we listen. So families talking about flashbacks, panic attacks, nightmares, the inability to function, that is trauma. And in the charity, we've done a huge amount of work on that and really proud of what we can offer families. So given what I've just said about this extraordinary loss and the pain that's endured and the trauma that many families endure through this process and this event in their life, we're still at a point in society where we often will say, well, there's a charity that could support you, or have you found support? Or is somebody else looking after you and is your care being met? And actually the onus, if we think about that, is very much on the bereaved parent. But we know that grief is heavy, it's complicated, it's foggy, it's anger, it's sadness, it's the inability for anybody who's had a grief of your own here will know it's not a logical thing that one day you feel a bit better, a bit brighter, and you think, so where was the leaflet that I was given? Where was that card? Now, who was that person that they spoke about? It doesn't work like that. So this onus on families, we know, isn't reaching the full potential of everybody. And that's not possible because not everybody is able to do that. It takes so much courage to think, I deserve this care, I need to look for this care and find that. Not everybody will feel that they, one, have the ability to do that. They might have a background or circumstances that doesn't allow for that. But also that we know that, unfortunately, people like to blame themselves for loss because it's much easier to blame yourself. And if you blame yourself, then why would you seek support for yourself if you think it's your fault? Or what if your childhood, you have had multiple complex things happen to you, like trauma after trauma? It's just another thing. It's just another trauma. And so why would you think, well, this is different. I deserve this. So already we are limiting what we can, provide because it's back onto the onus of families. So we need to work better, and we need to work harder and more collaboratively. There's a proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone, and if you want to go far, go together. And that really rings true when it comes to bereavement care. Collectively, the journey of the family is a long one, and we need to work as much as we can together. Because ultimately, of course, absolutely nobody should face this alone. I'm absolutely delighted to say that today is the first time I can publicly talk about a new project and initiative that we have called Hospital to Home. It's hopefully a new way of supporting families, and we really hope that we can lead the way in highlighting how this can be successful. It's been something we've considered for many years, and so you're the first people to ever hear about it. So it's a pilot project funded by the Big Lottery, and it aims to support families whose baby has died between 14 and 24 weeks in pregnancy. The project intends to fill a gap in the transfer of bereaved parents from the hospital to home by providing bespoke and targeted short-term bereavement support for families at a time when they need people more than ever. This will allow the hospital to home workers to reach in rather than the families reaching out. The aims of the project then, we've got big aims for it. I guess the overriding and an overwhelming aim is that it will provide equality and care and compassion for all. It's so important that we can all offer, that reach-in service, and everybody deserves that support. We also hope that by that early intervention we'll reduce the isolation that families feel. So I've already told you around the impact that baby loss has on families, but also coupled with COVID. So we really hope that by being there in those early days and weeks to hold those conversations and to capture that kind of real sort of feeling of emptiness and brokenness, we can allow them to feel that maybe somebody else is there to sort of hear them. And I think that we cannot underestimate that being heard at a time of trauma, because the story needs to be retold and retold and retold. And we need somebody just to sit and listen to that story so that we feel that we are being heard. It allows us to try and process. And as we've talked about, grief with others, you talk about that person that was in your life and you remember and you go over. And families need to do that, but they need to talk about the death, because that's all they have of the memories of their baby is sadly a baby that has either been born dead or dies with them. And so that is the story that needs to be retold. There's 2 people grieving. We've done a huge amount of work in the charity to make sure that we're really listening and validating both parents. There's 2 people who are grieving in a home, but they're often at a young age. It's perhaps the very first time they have ever had to deal with a death, perhaps the first time they've had to organise a funeral. And so somebody being there at that time with them to talk about the differentiations of grief with men and women. And we do see that. People grieve differently. And it's around listening and saying, it's the respect and, giving space to each other to grieve, but also looking out for both partners. We hope the hospital to home worker will be able to reach in and identify any emerging complexities that we see arise. So sometimes early on we can hear trauma, we can hear that there's some flashbacks happening, that there's nightmares and people aren't sleeping, and there's some visions that are stuck. And that's the hope of the project, is allowing that to be heard at the beginning and maybe identify that some counselling, and we are advanced with our counselling that we offer to both treat PTSD and complex PTSD. And there are different modalities that treat those, and that if we, in the early stages, can allow to come in with the right treatment, then what we hope is that the parents will not then endure that suffering. And we are hearing of families, particularly in COVID, who are coming back 10 years later saying, I'm still having panic attacks. And almost it becomes the norm, because we've allowed it to become the norm, because we say, it must be very difficult, to have lost a baby. But not to endure a life of pain and not be able to get the right treatment to move forward. And we hope we can just assist and be there for families so that we can connect everyone together. This won't replace any of the amazing services that are already out there. So your community midwife, the health visitor, and other extended services. But we'll at least be able to be a voice to make sure that everybody is talking and make sure we really are aware that when roughly the 3 months that this hospital to home project will be involved with this person's life, that nobody is leaving them isolated and alone. So possible support that the new project will deliver. We hope it will maybe be a midwife. So, I'm planting that seed for anybody here. It might be somebody who's thinking about retiring but not quite ready to step away. But somebody with that background who will be able to offer some advice, both sort of physically but emotionally in those early days. Go out to the home and look in the whites of their eyes and say, but how are you? How can I help you? We know that the funeral and those memory making in those early days is really, really important. I personally think that the funeral is underestimated If we can speak to a parent before the funeral, we have an opportunity of reminding them that this person was in their life because they had a pregnancy with this little baby. So where did they go in the pregnancy? Was there some music that they listened to? Was there some flowers around that reminded them? Did they do any activities, go on any holidays while they were pregnant? And then slowly we see families starting to shape how they organise the funeral, because they say, well, I used to always go to this beach. So I think of the water actually to do with them. Or actually when they were born, there was daffodils around. And I think of them when I see the daffodils. And actually what these things do is like never to be underestimated, because it is the lifelong remembering that helps and provides that foundation and anchors the grief. So I had rainbows at my son's funeral. I played Somewhere Over the Rainbow. And I still, to this day, get people sending me rainbows and saying, I was thinking of Theo today. Like, you cannot underestimate what that does. So somebody being there and allowing them to sort of talk through some of those details is essential. There's some hospital appointments and communication with the hospital. So somebody allaying some of those fears that somebody might have and saying, well, perhaps, I could come along. Perhaps they want to go back and see their baby. Perhaps they'd like to visit their baby many times before the funeral. So again, somebody to say, well, I could organise that with you. I could speak to, pathology and see if we can go along and see your baby again. Providing information to the extended family. We know that the ripples of grief run deep. There is grandparents and there's aunts and there's uncles. And of course, there's brothers and sisters that are grieving as well. So taking the whole family and saying, well, how can we support you all? So the siblings, for example, providing some free books, perhaps even speaking to the schools, making sure that everybody is equipped and has the confidence. If they can't speak about it, then being surrounded by people that understand and love them and are looking out for them. And of course, returning to work. So we recently did a lot of presentations around that return to work under 24 weeks. And how at this point in time we see families obviously unable to take that leave because the maternity leave starts at 24 weeks. So families finding themselves in a GP surgery asking for a sick line. And of course they're not sick, they're sad. So somebody being around to assist with that, perhaps speaking to their workplace, perhaps giving some advice. I recently spoke to a bereaved couple and the dad was really fearful about returning to work. And I met him last week. And he'd actually called 30 of his colleagues together and he told them about his baby daughter and shared her life and how he was doing and said, I'm not myself, but I'm here. I'll do my best. But I wanted to make sure that, that I'm a changed man. I come now as a dad. And I just was so incredibly proud of him for being able to stand up and do that. But that was, again, he says, through discussions that he would never have considered doing that himself. So this is a busy slide, but it's the very best way of me seeing who we are and what the charity does. So this quad of information is kind of the heart of Held in Our Hearts. Our counselling is recognising the trauma, as I've spoken about. So we offer our counselling for up to 18 months to families. It can be individual or as a couple. And we support in different areas across Scotland as well. Our peer support, our befriending, is around a bereaved parent who's journeyed before, who understands, that provides a continuity, somebody to hold their hand throughout the whole journey. It doesn't change. It's the same person who's able to give them a ring. They can text when they go for a scan, perhaps, or if they're at a different point in their journey. It's somebody that's always there. It's that reaching into somebody. It might be a Zoom. It might be meeting for a coffee. But they become well known with that person, and of course they can say, I remember that for myself. I remember the trickiness of returning to work, or my complexities of relationships, or friends falling pregnant again. And it's probably the only voice that they truly actually believe understands. Collaboration, as I've touched on already, nobody can do it on their own. It needs a collective little army around to do the very best that we can. And so we're really pleased that we can work collectively with many charities and organisations, some up here. And it is in working together that we can do the best for the families, so that they definitely feel that at touch points wherever they are, people are understanding. And our peer support is extensive. I think the proudest one on there is probably the dad's support. We've done a huge amount of work, and we have 3 bereaved dads who are now trained, and they have their own WhatsApp group. And we've really noticed a difference in dads feeling supported. But at any point in somebody's journey after, like we talked about that first slide, that walking out the hospital, I guess what we do is put a bit of a safety vest on them and say, like, we're always here. Doesn't matter where you are in your journey. You might feel like you're drowning again, but we've got you. We've clipped you in, and when we listen, so we add our groups and we add our supports around what the family's needs are. And everything we do comes from our values. So our values are of empathy, because with the shared experience and that understanding allows us to really connect with the families. The connection comes with however they want to journey, and we all adapt and grow around the parents and where their needs are at the time. And love, well, every baby that comes into this world brings a lot of love, and the support in the charity always comes with love. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. That's a very busy charity, and it's lovely to see, from my point of view, a very integrated system provided for parents to be properly supported, and including the fathers as well. That's great, fantastic. I just wondered if anyone had any questions for Nicola. I don't know where. I think we've got a roving mic. Look, there it is. It's your opportunity. Could be anything that Nicola said that you wondered about. Aha, well done. You get the first prize for being the first questioner.
Being bold enough to put your hand up.
Bold. You might want to speak to them.
I was wondering if you think there needs to be a change in the language that we use when we discuss the loss of a baby with families.
Do you mean at the time of the birth of the baby in the hospital, or do you mean more around that kind of community or in society? Oh, it's on.
Everyone really, like the way that healthcare professionals address it or mention it, the use of the terms miscarriage or pregnancy loss. I was just wondering what you think, how they make people feel, really.
Yeah, I mean, we hear that families do feel compassion and they do feel the care from midwives. I mean, we've had some amazing stories of people saying, like even wearing masks, they could see the love and the care in their eyes. And so families, I do feel the support and the care. I think the best thing we can do is really listen to what they are telling us. So at the time, whether it's at the time of trauma or whether it's in the community when they're home, I think listening to, picking up on those key words, isn't it? So it's not about having the answers always. I think we fear baby loss because we think we need to know about it. We need to know everything about it so we can have those conversations. But I think sometimes it's the listening. So our peer support workers are bereaved, but actually rarely they maybe talk about their own baby, because actually all parents want to do is talk about what happened to them. And I think it's picking up. So for example, if somebody's using the word scared, and it's not you sort of trying to find a solution around that. I think it's saying, I can hear you're scared. It's sometimes enough just for them to go, well, yeah, I am, or maybe I'm not so much. And I think in terms of that terminology, yeah, I think we're always really careful. It's not about boxing anybody into a sort of like that gestation. It's around their grief. So it's more holding about how they feel rather about when and what. It's more about, I would say, just if you go at it with your heart, I don't think you can go wrong. But it's a great question. Thank you.
That is. I mean, I think it's also in our culture and our society, we're still quite uncomfortable talking about death. And when it's put together with new life and babies, it seems really difficult to cope with, doesn't it?
We're a death-denying country.
Yeah.
But the biggest fear anybody has is the loss of their own. So we fear death. We fear death anyway. But the death of your own, I think the silence that often bereaved parents feel is actually just of other people's fear. And I think it takes that boldness to just hold that conversation. And there's a phrase somewhere around, like, you know, reminding somebody about their baby or talking about the baby doesn't remind them that the baby died. It acknowledges what happened, and it's okay if somebody is then in tears. You know, the fear is that you upset them, like at work or something. But actually, from my experience, bereaved people don't think, gosh, they made me cry. They think, I'm so pleased that somebody asked me about my baby. And tears are a natural response to sadness, so why would they not? It's changing the way that we think about it. And I think that next generation will bring that with them better, perhaps.
Hopefully so. I have got a question from Laura online, I think, saying, will there be midwifery training? And I'm understanding what Laura's saying is, are you educating students, for example, as part of your support work?
Yeah, so we're very fortunate to have a really good relationship with Napier's. So we often have opportunities to go in and speak to students, but we also do our elective placement as well. And then we currently are delivering training within NHS Lothian and other NHS boards around compassionate care in the community. So yeah, any opportunity we can get, but absolutely it's about education for all. And that's the only way we learn, isn't it? How can we be good at what we do if we're not listening to those experiences? So as a charity, we're all around building good relationships, and there's many people here. In fact, believe it or not, my own midwife who delivered my son Theo, who died, is here. So yeah, it's about keeping those conversations and relationships going so that nobody feels there's a block. And I think, you know, for ourselves, when we have referrals come into the charity, and hopefully if we begin to change the way we do that by saying, well, I could ask the charity if they could give you a ring, like that consent, rather than saying, you know, here's a leaflet. We hope to be by name and really understand what we do, and that's through education, isn't it? So
fabulous. Well, it's music to my ears as a teacher. So thank you so much, Nicola, for sharing the work that you're doing. And I'm looking forward to hearing even more later. And I'm sure Nicola's available for the rest of the day for anyone who wants to find out more about the organisation. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, you can sit. Okay. And I think the next session. Oh, where's the clicker gone? Did you take the clicker, Nicola? Oh, right in front of me. Okay, thank you. Well, the next session is the importance of memory making, and I'm very pleased to introduce Zoe Linton, who has got quite a varied background. She came from a legal and property sector, where she worked for 16 years, and after the tragic loss of her daughter Faith in 2010, Zoe became a regular volunteer for Simba and knew her passion and future was with the charity. And then in 2016, she joined the Simba team as charity administration. As the charity grew, it quickly became apparent that Zoe's drive and passion was working with volunteers and engaging with the memory box contacts, which is what she's doing now. And this is all growing beautifully. She also manages the Simba support groups and has been key in setting up a new virtual Simba safe space support group, which I guess has been very important over the last couple of years. She's married to Scott, and they have a son, Riley, who I think I've seen working away today. They're both being wheeled in as volunteers to the charity. And it's a bit like midwives' husbands and families. They all get involved, don't they? And Simba meant so much to them as a family, and Zoe's honoured to be part of the team. So welcome, Zoe. The screen and the podium are now yours.
Thank you very much. With my overnight bag.
Yes.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
sorry. At Simba, we never travel lightly. That's how I leave the office regularly. So thank you for joining today and listening to my session. My name is Zoe. I'm the service manager for memory boxes at Simba, and today I'm really going to concentrate on memory boxes and memory making. If I was to talk about the whole charity, I'd literally be here all day. So we're going to talk on our most important service and really how we came to where we are today. So here on the screen is a timeline of the history of the memory box, which is really important. So in 2005, Sarah Fitzsimmons, who is our CEO, was a midwife in Simpsons in Edinburgh, and Sarah, just with a few friends, had spoke about what bereaved families were given, and it wasn't enough. It was a brown envelope with some hand and footprints and a Polaroid photo, and then they were sent home. So Sarah started fundraising with some friends, and their aim was to fundraise for 100 memory boxes, which they did. And then soon other hospitals started hearing about the memory boxes, and families wanted to donate money. So 2006, when they donated their first lot of memory boxes, they decided that we had to become a registered charity, and soon the services started to grow. In 2011, we introduced a small memory box. So originally it was just one memory box, which was given to families who were probably over 24 weeks or over 20 weeks, that kind of gestation. We realised that actually this is for everyone, and everyone should be offered a memory box. So the small memory box was introduced and donated to early pregnancy units and gynaecology units. 2017, we redesigned our memory boxes. So originally, for anyone who may have been working with us for a long time will know that our memory boxes were white treasure chests. And we had the small and the large. They were beautiful, but it was time. We'd had these boxes for a long time, and it was time for a change, but it was also time to acknowledge that third gestation. So we have the small box now, which is for up to 14 weeks. We have the medium box, which was the new design, 14 to 24 weeks, and then we have the larger size box, which is 24 weeks and upwards. And it was so important to introduce that third size, so that every gestation is acknowledged, and the items in the memory boxes really go with the gestation of the baby. So that was massive for us, and since we've redesigned these boxes, it's really been a turning point for our charity. We now supply over 400 hospitals across the UK and Ireland, or we have done within the 15 years that we've been going. Last year, in the middle of a pandemic, we increased by 57% in memory box distribution, which was amazing for the charity, and amazing that we got through where we were, but to grow at the same time was brilliant. And that isn't because more babies are dying, it's because the awareness is there now, and more hospitals are coming on board all the time. So someone might work with our boxes, and then they'll speak to a midwife in another hospital, and then they'll ask, or from conferences like this, when we're raising awareness, people are coming to us and asking for our boxes. So a lot of the time when we say we're growing, people think, oh, it's because, you know, the numbers are rising, and it's not. It's just because we're increasing our reach, and because we've introduced the smaller size box and the medium size box, we're reaching out to all gestations now. So that's the reason for our growth, and also the team's growing as well, so we're able to reach out to more people. This is a quote that is really important, and it's the importance of a small memory box. We still get a lot of families who come to us and they've never been offered a small box, especially. The hospital may have them, but for whatever reason they don't think that it's right for this lady, or they just haven't offered. Our aim as a charity is that every bereaved parent is offered a memory box. They might decide they don't want one. They might decide they don't want one right now, and they'll contact us at a later date, but they have to be offered. It's their choice. And we still get that all the time, that we weren't offered a memory box. I had a family last week who contacted me, and this lady sadly had 19 losses, and not once had she been offered a memory box. We, as a charity, provided her with a memory box, specially designed to acknowledge her 19 losses. And this is obviously over several years, so that's been amazing for her that she's now got something to acknowledge all these babies. But why it was never offered at any of these appointments, I don't know. So small box is so important, it acknowledges that their baby did exist. And we still get people who think it's only for stillborn babies at 40 weeks. It's not, it's for everybody. When you get that positive pregnancy test, your hopes and dreams for the future are already there. So it's so important that we acknowledge all of these babies. On the screen there is some pictures of our memory boxes and some of the contents that's in there. I am just going to talk you through our small and our large box, and I'm not going to go through the medium because the medium and the large have pretty much the same contents. They're just smaller. But please, also, I'm aware that it's quite a big room. You're not going to be able to see everything. Come and visit the table if you want to have a better look through the boxes. I'm just going to quickly go through the small box. So small box was designed to fit a scan photo if they've had their scan already. The artwork of our memory boxes was designed by a bereaved dad also, so it makes it really special, and around our tree of tranquility, which are our life-size copper sculpture trees, where family can request a leaf from us and get it engraved and attached to their tree of choice. And we have 10 trees, 9 in Scotland at the moment and 1 in Airedale in England. And we're getting requests all the time for new ones, and Ireland and Wales are really keen to have our trees as well, so something that will continue to grow. So within our small box we have a little star. They can decorate it if they wish, with a name or a date of birth or however they want. We've got 2 little teddies, and I know this is an earlier loss, but sometimes they might still get to see the baby, and they might want to send 1 little teddy with baby, and 1 for the parents or 1 for each parent, whatever they wish. A crochet little butterfly, 2 little charms, and again, you could send 1 with the baby if they want, or 1 for each parent. A tiny little blanket, and a wee acknowledgement on there about volunteers. Volunteers make up every memory box that we provide. Last year, we sent out 7,602 memory boxes, and we had a very small team of volunteers coming in to help due to the pandemic. We used to have corporate groups in every day of the week, but we had to stop. So there was only very few staff. There was 2 of us actually, and a very small team of dedicated volunteers who would come in those 2 days a week to help, and they've managed to get all these boxes prepared. In the bottom section, we have a wee candle, a wee tea light. That's a new addition, because our medium and large box have a candle with a tea light holder in it, and that's really special for the wave of light, but these families should be able to take part in that as well. So it's a new scent that's been designed especially for us, and it's called Eternal, which is really nice. A little bit about the illustration of the memory box and the design behind it. A little leaflet in here about our online support groups, which are now running virtually. A Just to Say card, which is really nice. They can write down a wee message. They may want to put it back into the box, but they may want to send that wee message and card with their baby. And this one here, which is so important, especially in the smaller box, is the birth acknowledgement certificate. So as we know, no baby born before 24 weeks, there is no birth or death certificate. So this certificate with the baby's name and date on it is so important to these families, and it acknowledges their baby did exist. And a little feedback card that go out in all our boxes. It's where we are, how we are here today is from listening to families and staff about what they want to see in our boxes, and it helps us to grow and with ideas and things like that. So really, really important. So that's our small box. This is the medium, which is for 14 to 24 weeks gestation. As I say, I'm not going to talk through this because the large is very similar content, so we'll go through the large one. The only items that are in the large that are not in here is a brush and comb, because it's unlikely that these little ones will have hair, and a wisp of hair because they probably won't have hair at that station. And also a nappy. There's a nappy in the larger one. We would love to get the very, very tiny nappies that Pampers seem to donate to hospitals, but hopefully the families will get them in hospital anyway. So this is our large memory box. So as you can see, it's really lovely and it's designed around the Tree of Tranquility. There is a special leaf on here that's kind of glossier than the rest, and it kind of represents their baby with the butterfly flying in. As I said before, they were white before, and everything when you're in hospital is white and clinical, so it's so nice to have this touch of colour, and it's just like kind of pastel-y, nice water art, so it's beautiful. Inside the lid of the box is information, and it tells you about the items and a wee bit of a suggestion of how they can be used. So what we would say is introduce the memory box as early as you can, even before they've delivered. Put it into the room, talk them through it, let them go through it as much time as they can to get themselves familiar with what they can do. It's something that probably most of these families have never heard of or never thought about or never wanted to think about before. So to get the message through to them as early as we can, that it's okay to do these things, and make them feel as comfortable as possible, and try and encourage them to help as well. So have a wee look through at the different things that we can do with these items. The first thing you see when you open the box is a Dear Parent letter. These families are parents straight away, you know, they're still parents. It's a really nice letter, and it's written from another bereaved parent to encourage time with your baby and to make as many memories as possible. And sometimes you just need that encouragement from someone who's already been there. It's really special. Just the same as the small box, a bit about the illustration and the design of the memory box. I think 2 years ago, just before COVID, we launched our new book, My Little Star. A lot of the feedback that we got from the feedback cards is that families did read to their baby, or families would have liked to have read to their baby or to other siblings the same story that they'd read. So we worked with the Scottish Book Trust, and together we got this book. So it was already out there, the author had already written it, but we've redesigned it a little bit for Simba, and it's been adapted in size and things like that. So it's a really lovely story, not about baby loss, but about their little star in the sky, and it's a lovely book for families to continue reading with other siblings or family members. This is a clay imprint kit, and if you come to our stand, you'll see lots of examples of how these work, and there's one up there with Ben's name on it, beautiful hands and footprints. So these are donated by the Hayden Kennan Foundation. Hayden was born with Down syndrome, and he sadly passed away at 15 weeks. When Hayden was in the hospital, his dad couldn't go in for a few days because he had a cold, and his mum went and got a clay kit and took Hayden's hands and footprints, and when Hayden passed away, they realised how special they were. So they now fundraise so that every medium and large memory box has the clay imprint kit. It's not hard, it's not actually like clay, it's more like a foam. You can feel all the markings of the baby's hands and feet as well. A lot of time we get staff who just don't feel comfortable in working with it. Just practice. You know, you can ask us for some extra clay and we can send you some out. 10 minutes warming it, get Dad to warm it up. Use some of his stress out and warm the clay up, and then take the hands and feet. Use a doll to practice on if you're not comfortable. I know it's a bit different, but and we can come and do some training sessions as well. We have had families who've gone home, opened their box, and this is still sitting there and it's not being used. And it's something you can't go back really and do. Obviously, if it's before the funeral, they can probably get the funeral director to do it, but as early as possible, we really recommend to do these. Also, the large one has 2 packets of clay in it. If you let the original dry and ask the family a week later to run the second packet of clay over the top, it'll take out the 3D version, so they can continue memory making. It doesn't have to stop there, and they could do that as many times as they wanted. So really special item. A lovely, beautiful blanket. All our memory boxes have a blanket in them, and they're all specially sized for the size of that baby. We have, an army of knitters, crocheters, crafters, who just keep knitting, and probably more so in lockdown. Every day we go to the office, there's a bag full of knitting, and it's amazing, and they're all so beautiful, and I think it makes our boxes really unique and special, and it's something that the families really love when they open it up, that someone's actually taken the time to make this. It's not something that we've just bought in, and it's really important to them. There's a wee crochet butterfly on there, and there should be another one in the box as well. There should be 2, and again it's one with baby and one with the parents. Hope not to drop my water. 2 little teddy bears. So previously we used to have a Simba bear and a knitted bear, and then we decided actually it's more significant for the families to have the same as the baby. So what's nicer is a knitted handmade bear. So we've got 2. We ask for them in twins always. So one will go with baby and one will go with parents. Or siblings quite like to have them as well. So. A really nice soft brush to give that opportunity to brush baby's hair. It's one of the most natural things to do, along with putting your nappy on your baby. And something that families probably wouldn't think of doing if it's not there. So we always put the nappy in the box. As I say, we'd like to get the smaller one to put in the medium box. Hopefully we can do that. A little wisp of hair box. Really important to take a wee lock of hair. We had a family who the mum just didn't want our baby's hair cut. She had the most black, beautiful hair. She didn't want anyone to touch our baby's hair. But the midwife revisited and said, "Are you sure we could just take a little bit at the back? We could do it together." And she did, and it's now the most special item to her. She's got 3 other kids now, and she likes to compare the hair colour with the other children. So it's really important, if someone says no, to try and revisit, not in a forceful way, but encourage them as to why it will be really important in the future that you've got this. So wisp of hair is a lovely item to keep. Got a wee notebook and pen. These were introduced when we redesigned the memory boxes. It's lovely for our families to make a little journal, or anyone who comes to visit. Maybe not so much now because you're restricted in visitors, but any midwives who may have worked with them. So if you are working, sometimes it might be nice to say, "Would you mind if I write a wee note in your book?" Because that's all part of their memories and their memory making. I had a family who were talking one day, and they just wrote something on each page. So her beautiful black hair, her lovely blue eyes, and Louise looked after us last night and just made a real story that maybe some things that they might forget as time goes on, but if it's written down, it's there, and some people continue to write after as well. Again, the Just to Say card, it was in this small box to write a wee message down to go with their baby if they decide. The birth acknowledgement certificate, and I know over 24 weeks there will be a birth or death certificate or a stillborn certificate, but it's still nice to have this Simba certificate. A photo folder. So we donate cameras and printers to hospitals. Inside there is a memory card, and it can be used in phones or it can be used in the camera. They can take as many photos as they want, and they know that it's only stored on here. It's not stored on any other hospital equipment. It's theirs to take as many photos as they want of their baby, but they can also print some off, and there's a wee folder here to put some in whilst they're there. I know everyone's got their phone now, so they'll probably take them on their phone, but they could put the wee card into their phone if they want and not use the hospital camera. Inside this pack is an inkless wipe. So we've gone over the clay kit, but this wipe takes beautiful hands and footprints, not in sort of the 3D sense. You wipe it over, it's basically like a baby wipe it over the baby's hands and feet. Specialised paper, you have to make sure you get the right side. One side's a bit shinier than the other. And just put the baby's hands and feet on it, and it's beautiful. And sometimes people are like, "I'm really scared in case I get my fingerprints on it," or it's a bit splodgy, but it doesn't matter. It's all part of the memory making, and it's their baby's little splodge. So just really, and then the large one, there's 2 sheets in there, so you could cut it as well if there was something that you really wanted to cut off it. Really special, but you can also get jewellery and things made from them afterwards, so it doesn't have to stop there. We also have a family who went and got a stamp made, so like the little stamp they're using to stamp your cards today, and every Christmas and birthday card they put the little stamp of the baby's feet on, just to acknowledge their little one. So that's really nice. And the feedback card, the same as the small box. Our candle. So as I said, the small box has a candle in it now. This is the larger version, and it has the candle holder, which has got a Simba butterfly on it. And inside the box, it tells you about Wave of Light and why it's really important for families to come together in the global wave of light and light their candle, but also on birthdays and anniversaries and things as well. They may want to light their own candle at home. For families that have received the small box and don't get the holder, they can go online and buy it. It just would take up too much space in the little box to put that in as well. We have Touch by You blankets. So a blanket for parent, a blanket for baby. Place them on the skin. When it's time to say goodbye, they swap them over. So really nice. You've got your blanket that the baby's been wrapped in. You may choose to send the baby with that, but it's nice to have the little one that's been touched. And again, the star, but just a larger version. And we've seen these beautifully designed with Scrabble letters, and actually we've seen families putting ink prints on them. So mum, dad, baby, siblings all put their own wee print on it. So much you can do with memory making. And again, the little charms. And I'm just going to show a photo actually if I've lost my thing. Sorry, there's so much stuff here. Here it is. So there's just a quote there about the importance of a memory box and how it was so nice to leave without being empty-handed. And there are some images of what you can do with memory making. Those little ones that have got the date of 2016 on them, they're from a 14-week baby. So you can take that early. There's the necklace that was done from the Inkless wipe. And the clay imprint kit that's down the bottom, I think that one is about 17 weeks. So again, it is possible to take as early as that. And that little one down the bottom with the charms, it's just a really lovely photo and just shows how important these things are. Our aims as a charity for memory boxes. Every bereaved family to be offered a memory box at the earliest opportunity. Bereaved families to have ongoing support and opportunities to honour their babies by making timeless memories. And for healthcare workers to feel informed, confident and supported in their roles, that they can provide the highest level of care to bereaved families. So we want you to feel like you're supported and you know how to deliver the boxes. It's all very well us sending all these boxes out, but how are families receiving them, not as they're leaving the hospital and say, I've took some hand and footprints for you, to encourage the families to be part of that and take the memories together. And that is my session. Thank you very much. As I say, it's a lot to go through and a lot to see when I'm on the stage, but please come and speak to me. I'm around all afternoon, and there's probably lots more that we could discuss. I'll tidy up while you sorry. You manage.
Thank you so much. That was lovely. It sort of makes you realise, doesn't it, how that it's just such beautiful, thoughtful and quality kind of things going for those parents who are feeling so dreadful at that time. And it's a sort of, you made me actually, when you were doing the journal, I was thinking, I had and if you remember Michael Rosen, and he was very, very sick with COVID, and he was talking about the fact that the intensive care nurses would do a little journal every day, and he had that journal afterwards, and it meant he could kind of catch up with what went on in the time he was so unwell. And this is a way for parents to kind of capture a different memory, which is fantastic. So do go to the stand and gather up more information. So I'm not sort of turfing you off, but
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
but it was. Thank you. I'm on the. Oh, don't. I don't know if anyone had any questions. Sorry. I don't know if anyone had any questions. I didn't have anything from online, but if you do, I mean, maybe a good way is to go and actually have a look at the stand and actually look at those little boxes, and think about whether your unit are using them, because I mean the issue about, again, when you were talking, I was wondering about some practitioners might be kind of deciding, well, is this baby worthy, or do these parents need a little memory box? And I thought that your statement, they all should be offered, was really fantastic. So maybe you're all going to go out there and educate people about it. So thank you so much. That's absolutely fantastic. See you later. Oh, is that the best one? Okay, so we should be now doing, going on to the next session. Oh, I think. There. Which is delivering early postnatal support. Oh, hang on, I'm without my equipment.
Are you going up? Take my mask off now. I know.
I just need to introduce you. That's all right. Okay. So we have a double act here, which is great. We have Caroline Buchan, who's been a midwife since 1999 and worked in various NHS trusts over this time. She's always had an interest in supporting breastfeeding, but's become more aware of the challenges women face following her own experience of personal experience of breastfeeding her second child. And Caroline is one of two midwives who've implemented the DEBS, Delivering Early Breastfeeding Support model of care, since the project began in September 2019. Caroline has recently completed quality improving training program and uses these new skills to shape and improve the care for women in this whole area. So welcome. The screen is now yours, and this podium is now yours.
Got Sharon to introduce as well. Do you need to introduce Sharon? Okay. Good afternoon. You have to bear with us because we were planning on doing this in the office, online, and it's now not. So just keep talking. So thank you for being here today, and thanks to the organisers for allowing us this time to actually talk to you about our project. My name is Caroline, one of the midwives working on the DEBS project alongside my colleague Sharon. So we're literally just here to tell you a little bit about our project. So can you imagine if every woman was... Oh, am I actually on this? See, I'm not any good with these, so I do... I do apologise. So imagine if every woman had a well-supported breastfeeding journey. Can you imagine how empowered women would feel? This project is part of a bigger drive to improve breastfeeding rates in Scotland. So the aim of our project, the Scottish Government's stretch aim, is to reduce the breastfeeding drop-off rate at 6 to 8 weeks by 10% by 2025. Our project is funded by the Scottish Government's Project for Government funding, with an aim to reduce the drop-off of any breastfeeding by 2% at the first health visitor visit. Sorry. Having a quality improvement focus has allowed us to introduce small tests of change and monitor the outcomes of these as it goes along. And it's also based on the FEST study, which explored proactive and reactive telephone support for breastfeeding women. So the rationale and background to the project: NHS Lothian's drop-off rates at the first health visitor visit In 2019 and 2020 was 13%, but in West Lothian alone, it's 10% higher at 23%. So it was decided that within West Lothian, Bathgate was a good area to start the project due to the mixed demographics of the population in that area. The project started in September 2019 and it's ongoing until March 2022. After 6 months of running the project in that area, we've actually extended to a further 2 areas in West Lothian. And every woman that participates in the project, we get their consent to take part in the project at 28 weeks. And they're obviously in the area, specific areas with no other projects running, and there's no women that are under FMP are included in the project, but every lady other than those ladies are with singleton or twin pregnancies are included in the project or asked to participate in the project, and they have to give birth at term to take part in the full project. So Pareto charts, because it's a quality improvement sort of project, a Pareto chart is where we started off with our project. So we began looking at the infant feeding survey, and we asked parents locally about their experiences in current breastfeeding journeys and previous breastfeeding journeys. We also asked staff for their input on breastfeeding, and all that feedback along with the infant feeding survey results helped us to produce this Pareto chart, which showed it identified the specific or significant reasons why women stop breastfeeding in the first 2 weeks after birth. I don't know if you can see, but we'll talk about it more afterwards. So what we do, the plan was initially to offer an antenatal conversation alone for first 3 months, and then add an award visit after 3 months, and then add in the postnatal support. But because COVID hit, we were redeployed. So when we came back from the redeployment, it was decided that we would just include all 3 elements in the project, because there was no parent education at that point, and there was no current sort of local support groups being run. So the antenatal conversation takes place around about 34 to 36 weeks gestation. As you can see at the left of the screen, there's a word cloud that sort of tells you some of the things that we talk about and the topics that we cover in order to build the women's confidence, knowledge and around breastfeeding. And we use a series of visual tools as well during that conversation to help. The postnatal visit is a face-to-face visit in the ward, and it helps to build confidence and knowledge with breastfeeding for when they go home, and we also troubleshoot specific issues if there's anything that arises at that time. Following that, we provide telephone support, but we use different methods of communication, just according to preference really. So telephone support, text support, and we can use near me as well, depending on what is required at that point in time, and we can offer that up until 28 days. And this helps again continue to build confidence. It provides flexible care and support as issues are, if there is any issues that arise. And we also signpost to other support where appropriate. I'm now going to hand you over to Sharon. You can have that.
Going to move this down because I'm not as tall as Caroline. So I'm just going to go over some of the results from our project so far, just to share with you. So what we do is we collect data from women who have initiated breastfeeding at birth, and we collect data on breastfeeding outcomes when they're discharged from hospital, at the handover, the community midwife handover, which is normally around about day 10, when the health visitor comes for her first visit, we'll find out what the feeding outcome is there. And again, we look at the data at 6 to 8 weeks to find out how these babies are being fed. Now, as Caroline said, the aim was to reduce the drop-off from any breast milk. So in our data, that will be women who are breastfeeding or women who are giving their baby breast milk by any means, be it through expressing and giving it by syringe or cup or bottle, and then also those that are artificial feeding. So I'm just going to show you here some of our outcomes for Bathgate. So what we decided to do was to look at the outcomes in the area in Bathgate for the year before our service started, so before we offered any input to women, what were the breastfeeding outcomes in Bathgate. And you can see here that any babies getting breast milk, the drop-off at first health visitor visit, so from the 100% of babies who were being breastfed or receiving breast milk at birth, the drop-off by the time the health visitor came for her first visit, which is around day 10 to 14, was 28%. And by the time it was the 6 to 8 week check, the drop-off has increased to 39%. And that was the year before anybody was having any input from our project. So then if we compare that with 2020, which was when some of the women in Bathgate were receiving input from our project, we can see that the drop-off of babies receiving any breast milk has decreased, and at first health visitor visit, it was sitting at 16%, and by the time these babies got to 6 to 8 weeks, the drop-off was 30%. So in quality improvement speak, that means an improvement in the drop-off rate at the first health visitor visit of 44%, and an improvement in the drop-off rate at 6 to 8 weeks of 24%. So we're starting to see here that actually women getting extra additional input from the DEBS project, having that really good one-to-one antenatal conversation about breastfeeding, and that might be to unpick, if it's a mum who's breastfed before, it might be to unpick some of the things that happened in her first journey, or for a mum who's going to be breastfeeding for the first time, it's just helping her to think about what are her thoughts about this. Is there anything that she's worried about or fearful of, and trying to build their confidence, trying to help them get a bit more skills and a bit more knowledge for when this baby comes along. Now, what we've got here is what's called a run chart, and this is something that's used in quality improvement as a measuring tool. So what it shows is it will demonstrate if there is a change in behaviour, and it will identify if that change is an improvement, and then it will highlight if that improvement has been sustained over time, because run charts plot data over time. So what we've got here is a run chart starting again at January 2019, so looking at the year before our project commenced. And the data for that first year is for the 3 areas that we've been working in now that we've extended into 2 other areas. So it's looking at the data for all 3 areas together. And then when we come to January 2020, it's only the data for the DEBS women. So please be aware of that. I'm not showing you data that's for the whole of those areas. From January 2020, it's just what's happening with the women who engage with our service. So you can see that we started in January 2020. It was a little bit up and down because we were just offering the antenatal conversation until April 2020. And then from June 2020, as Caroline said, we introduced our postnatal ward visit. So women were having on average an hour's antenatal conversation. They were then having a ward visit by Caroline or myself, which again takes about an hour. And then they were having follow-up postnatal support and can have that until their baby is 28 days old if they wish it. Now what we can see from this chart, the red line that goes across is called the median. So that's looking at that year's data, looking at all those points and all those plotting points on the chart and creating a kind of middle, an average. So you can see that the year before DEBS care was being offered, the drop-off for babies receiving any breast milk at first health visitor was sitting kind of around the 21-22%. When we look at just the DEBS women from January 2020, when we started doing all 3 points of the project, we've managed to reduce that median. So we've reduced the drop-off or improved the drop-off, if you like. Okay. So this next one more run chart. This is because our aim was to look at one area of West Lothian and improve the rates in the area, we wanted to take our DEBS women and put them back into the area that they were in. So basically this is looking at just Bathgate, the whole population in Bathgate. So what was happening before DEBS came along in 2019, what's happening in that area all the maternities in Bathgate with our women included. So on average, it varies every month, but if we look at it over the year, we've supported about 49% of the women that were receiving care in Bathgate. So about half of the women engage with our project and get support when they choose to breastfeed from birth, and half don't. So what this shows in quick terms, because we're not here for a quality improvement chat, basically quality improvement measures the data points, and as I said, it's about looking at data over time. If you manage to have 5 points that are either all consecutively sitting above your median or below it, it's called a trend. If you create 6 or more, it's called a shift in behaviour. So you can see that from November 2020, we've got, I think it's 8 points there, all sitting up below the median. So we've actually created a shift in behaviour, and we've improved the drop-off rate, or reduced it, whichever way you want to look at it. Now, one of the other points that we've got here on this chart is called an astronomical point, and that happened in October 2020. You'll see where the data point goes quite high, above 50%. So from a QI point of view, you're encouraged to investigate what that might be, because that's a plot that's sitting well above your normal range. So basically, Carol and I went back and looked to see what happened in October. Why have we not improved the rate? But because that was for the whole of Bathgate, it actually wasn't our project, which we were relieved to find out. There was only a small number of women gave birth in October. Obviously, we all know that usually September is a busy month for births. October, it was quieter. So because it was only a small cohort of women, because some of them stopped breastfeeding, it creates what's called this astronomical point. And thankfully, there hasn't been any more since. Okay. So this is just, although it wasn't asked of us in the project isn't about exclusive breastfeeding rates. We agreed at the beginning of our project that we still thought that was really important to find out if we were improving exclusive breastfeeding rates, because yes, it is important that babies get breast milk, but actually it's really important to try and improve exclusive breastfeeding rates as well, because we know that if a mum continues to actually breastfeed, that's more likely to continue, whereas if she's giving breast milk by other means, often her milk supply can be impacted, and the formula can create a bit of a supply and demand issue. So we've looked at exclusive breastfeeding rates at the first health visitor visit and at the 6 to 8 week check, and we wanted to compare our outcomes in our DEBS project with West Lothian as a whole. We also looked at NHS Lothian as a board, and we looked at all the NHS boards in Scotland as one. And you can see from the table that actually our exclusive breastfeeding rates are a little bit higher. Now, I know it's smaller numbers when you're comparing a small project with what's occurring in West Lothian or for the whole of Scotland, but it shows that actually if women get that additional support, maybe we can improve rates across the board. What we do when we finish supporting women, we ask for their consent to contact them again to get some feedback about the project. So we try and phone them when their babies are about 6 to 8 weeks old if they consent, and we ask them some questions about the project just to get to hear their voice, because we feel that's really important. So 92% of women, when we have the antenatal conversation, they feel that increased their confidence for breastfeeding. For others, they were already scoring high and didn't feel that it made any difference. And for some, they felt that their confidence wouldn't actually really improve until they had their baby in their arms and they started their breastfeeding journey. I'm just going to show you, we've just got some of actually what the women have said to us. It was fantastic speaking to you today. You've made me feel so excited to start my breastfeeding experience. You're so knowledgeable and explained things so clearly. It was such a valuable and enjoyable experience that I'm so glad I have been able to have. And that was one lady who replied by text message following the antenatal conversation. I learned so much and couldn't be happier with my decision to breastfeed. I feel more relaxed and confident knowing I have support. You were the only person on the postnatal ward that spent time helping me to get baby on the breast. Some midwives on the ward were helpful, others not so helpful. So that's just some of the feedback that we get from the mums. So what are the next steps for our project? As Caroline said, we're in post now until March 2022, when the funding from the government will stop. So we've got a couple of months now, and some of the things that we're doing. So we're lucky in NHS Lothian to have trained breastfeeding peer supporters. I see a couple of them are here today. So in West Lothian, we have 6 breastfeeding supporters. So these are women who volunteer their own time to come along and support other women on their breastfeeding journeys. 4 of them work in the hospital and provide care in the postnatal ward, and we're fortunate to have 2 that also work with our project. So they support Caroline and I by doing the postnatal phone calls to some mums. So they will offer that care, checking in with a mum once a day, once a week, whatever that mum wants. It might be a phone call, it might be a text message, and they take on that care for that woman, and Caroline and I support them to do that. And the other thing that we're very excited about is NCT have now come to support in West Lothian, which is very new for us. So they are running a breastfeeding support group once a week, and they're also offering one-to-one support for mums. So we're hoping that our project can sort of dovetail with them, and hopefully we can use that service for women that want continued support after day 28. Some of the women we do support would like the support to continue, so it's helpful to have another agency there that we can refer them on to. So that's kind of the next stage of the project until March. And that's really it. Is there any questions? Thank you for listening. That's a little snapshot of what we're doing in our project. Thank you.
I think what's amazing is to get, oh, sorry, I've got a face on, is to actually get a shift in behaviour. That is fantastic, absolutely fantastic, because presumably that'll cascade to the women's friends and their family, so with time. Now, I don't know if anyone had any questions. We've got a roving mic. I've also got a couple of comments from online. I've got Laura D, who says, hi. Hi, Laura. I was wondering if this included donor EBM, because she said there were different mixes.
No, not at the moment. I mean, if it was something that a mum asked for, but not at the moment. But I know we are keen in Lothian to start using donor breast milk, but no, it doesn't at the moment, not in this project.
Okay, thank you very much. And then Helen Kidd says, there have been cases of women offering other women their breast milk without treatment, or without, I don't know whether without treatment. According to the women's choice in accepting this milk where donor milk is not available, what are your thoughts? I think this is a tricky one.
It is a very tricky one, yeah.
Thank you, Helen.
I think we probably would be suggesting if a woman did want to have donor milk to use the donor bank. We're lucky to have a donor bank in Glasgow, so certainly as a midwife that would be my recommendation. Yeah, we've kind of got to go with evidence-based practice.
Evidence-based practice. Mm-hmm. Always evidence-based practice, Helen.
And
okay.
We would always encourage women, we would want to support women to increase their own milk supply if we could. That would kind of be our first protocol as well.
Fabulous. Okay, thank you. And one last question from Laura. Apologies if I've missed this in your presentation. How many women in total? Also, how many professionals working on DEBS offering support, and which professionals are assisting?
So we support it's about half the women in the populations that we're working in. Up to now, we have supported 250-ish women.
Wow.
But it works out in each of the areas that we're in, about half the women engage each month.
Fabulous.
And there's only 2 of us, so that's
Just
the two health professionals are Caroline and I, both midwives, and we have the peer supporters supporting our project as well.
So are there any ideas to increase, or is that the next project?
That would be the next stage, okay. But yeah, we report back to the Scottish Government, and then there has to be a discussion about whether this project will be taken forward and whether we can expand into other areas. That's what we would like to do, but we'll need more staff.
Fabulous. We're not being political or anything, but I should think the government would want to give more money, because the health outcomes are tremendous, ultimately, aren't they?
And their stretch aim is to reduce the drop-off by 10% by 2025, so we have to do something to help it.
Fantastic, okay. Now, any questions from here? Ah, a question. And we have 2 roving mics now. Thank you, Catherine.
Hello, can you hear me okay? This is a bit of a tricky question, but in a nutshell, for the midwives who are supporting mothers, what can you say about that antenatal conversation that will really help a mother?
I think it's just having that one-to-one time with somebody, and I think certainly for women who've had a negative breastfeeding experience in the past, you can spend the first 15 to 20 minutes almost doing a bit of a debrief with them about that. So I think just knowing that there's somebody there that they can offload to, that you can work out what was it that went wrong in their previous experience. Was it that they didn't get skin to skin after birth? Was it that they didn't understand what impact formula could have? I think it's the time, and it's taking time to give women information about the early days. Here's what to expect with a newborn baby. Here's some of the things that you might encounter, and knowing that actually you don't have to stop breastfeeding. You might hit a bump on the road, but here is how you get support. We're here to help, and we can carry on.
That's great. A good question. Very good question. Bad answer, of course. Any others? Any more? Are you all getting a bit... question from the front. Wait on the microphone.
I just wondered how, actually, funnily enough, I'm a student, and I'd asked this in one of our lectures, how honest you are about the difficulties that some women can face with it. I found myself that I was maybe a little bit naive to how difficult it was, so there was an instant sense of, I've got it wrong, or I have failed because I'm finding this so difficult. And actually, when I did reach out to a group and they said, just grab some chocolate and watch lots of Netflix, it's really tough. That in some ways was almost what I needed, was that sense of knowing I'm actually not the only person that's finding this. Is that something you would recommend we should tell people then, that it is
You've got to be honest about it. You
Yeah.
can't tell people that it's going to be easy, because it's not to begin with. We always say breastfeeding it's probably the hardest way to start feeding your baby, but once you get past the first few weeks, it's going to be the easiest way that they can, but there is always bumps in the road, and there's always support there. They need to know that there's a support out there for them as well. And I feel like that's one of the most important things, signposting women to the right information as well, because when women go home, they feel like they're very much alone and doing it themselves. So just knowing that there's all that help, I think, and that it's a skill, that they're learning.
Actually, that's a good point, a new skill. I mean, you wouldn't be able to drive a car without having a lesson or two, and yet we expect women, and I guess because it's a natural thing, we're all meant to be able to do this stuff, but it is, isn't it, a new skill?
Riding a bike. When you learn to ride a bike, you don't get on the bike the first time.
No.
Cycle up onto the sunset.
Fall off occasionally.
You'll have bumps on the road.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Fantastic. And thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of you for the questions, really good questions to come up with. I've got to run and get the program now. So I don't send you off the least of our issues. Okay, so now it's lunchtime. So you can go off and find those stovies and coffee and things. Remember, it's the Meet the Experts from 1:20 till 1:40. Midwives and climate friendly labour from nitrous oxide, and Mummy's Star. So don't miss those, but come back for 2:15 student symposium, and have a good lunch.
As a midwife, I want my mothers to feel and be as safe as possible during labour. That means it's vital I choose the most appropriate inhaled analgesia system. Ultraflow works in a completely different way to other systems. It's the only one with an exhalation valve that diverts breath away from the handset, so the risk of cross-infection is virtually eliminated. It keeps my mum safe and well cared for, and it's one less thing for me to worry about. It's why I choose Ultraflow, and if the mum had the choice, she would too.
I'd rather have an extra minute or two on our presentation. And I've got my little instruction book. That's not going to come out of my pen this time.
Hello, as you're coming in, hello to everybody who is just joining us online as well, from all over the world. No pressure, but I'm Dr. Jenny Hall. I'm going to be chairing this afternoon session. I'm really looking forward to this afternoon. I love listening to students. I love hearing what they have to say. They're all very, very nervous, so I know that you're all going to go be supportive, aren't you, and ask lots of difficult questions at the end. That's called a sense of humour, but there we are. Okay. But it is lovely to have you all here this afternoon, and I'm just going to do a very, very brief introduction because they're going to introduce themselves a little bit more about what they're actually doing. So, and I have the pleasure to introduce you to, I'm going to read it off here to make sure I get it right, Ailsa Ferguson, Laura Reid, Pia Caprioli and Ming Sanford. They are all third-year student midwives from RGU, which I Robert Gordon University, for those who are not aware of what RGU means. I don't have much more to say about them because they're going to talk about it themselves. So I'm going to hand over, first of all, to Ailsa Ferguson, who's going to lead us into the next part of the session.
Oh, hi. So all of our presentations were all from our second year module, which was about exploring the midwife in society. The module focused on a caseload of about 8 women who are all fictional. We each chose a woman to kind of be a named midwife for. They all had different social complexities, and 4 of which you'll hear about in these presentations, but we also have a standout side, and some of our other students with the same module have some of their work out there, so go and check it out. The highlight of this module was definitely the incredible external speakers that gave up their valuable time to come speak to us. I know we'll all mention them throughout our talks, but their insight and their knowledge and experience was really invaluable to our learning, so we just wanted to say thank you to them. For mine specifically, it was Trudy Collar, Elaine Campbell and Megan Luton. So, right. So I picked caring for deaf women. I did this because I have a personal interest in sign language. I actually started learning sign language 5 years ago and just recently finished my level 3 qualification. So just in general, what is deafness? Obviously, it's quite a spectrum. You can have kind of like hard of hearing, which is your typical kind of degenerative old age. They still have some hearing, but not all of it. You have deaf with a lowercase d, which is when people tend to become deaf later in life. So they don't use sign language or anything as their first language. They usually use like oral, written communication, and they tend to integrate more with the hearing world and culture. Deaf with a capital D is usually people who are born deaf. They use sign language as their first language, and they use the capital D to kind of symbolise the pride that they have in being part of the deaf community, as well as having like a strong cultural and personal deaf identity. So a major thing is, you'll probably have seen in the media, there's quite a lot about sign language at the moment, with Rose on Strictly Come Dancing, and the new Marvel movie, there's a deaf superhero, first deaf superhero. So there's quite a lot about whether people think of it as a disability or not. Most people who are deaf, kind of big D deaf, they kind of don't see it as a disability. They see it more as like a linguistic minority, whereas people who are maybe have lost their hearing and have become deaf later may see it as more of a negative thing and may see it as a disability. So it's really important that when you meet someone who's deaf, no matter in what aspect, that you see how they perceive their own deafness and then adjust your care accordingly. So these are just some statistics. So there's 11 million deaf people in the UK, and 4,400,000 of them are of childbearing age, which is why it's so important for us to know about this. There was an American study. It showed that there was an increased risk of poor perinatal outcomes within the deaf community, including pregnancy-related complications such as gestational diabetes and placental abruption. They also found a strong association with adverse birth outcomes such as preterm labour and low APGAR scores at birth. The Deafness Project in 2014 explored the experiences of deaf women and their families in maternity care, and they concluded that, and I'm quoting, antenatal and postnatal services are frequently failing to meet the basic needs of deaf mothers and fathers that relate to their unique communication, linguistic and cultural needs. Again, just proving why it's important that we know about it as midwives and student midwives. So, what's the role of the midwife? As we said, there's such a wide range of different types of deafness, therefore there needs to be a lot of different communication needs and skills required. So some people use hearing aids, some people do lip reading, and some people use sign language. So it's important, again, to realise what women are using early on and then adjusting your needs accordingly. So there's some basic skills that can really help, just in general, in antenatal appointments, in labour, anytime you're meeting deaf people really, whether it's in work or out of work. So things like you need to make sure the room is really well lit. You need to maintain eye contact, which obviously with Badgernet and computers isn't quite as easy nowadays, so just have that in the back of your mind. Decreasing background noise as much as you can. So if you're in a room that maybe is quite noisy, maybe seeing if you can have the appointment in a different room in another part of the building. Anything behind you, so don't stand in front of a window where the light will be coming from behind you, or if there's anything distracting going on, that can be really difficult. When you're speaking, try and speak normally and not slow your speech down or shout. This can change your lip pattern, and that can make it really difficult for people to lip read. If you are booking an interpreter, which obviously is very important when you're with someone who's using sign language as their first language, it's important that you're always looking at the woman and not the interpreter. So a good way of doing this is how you prepare the room for when you're working with them. So if you sit facing your woman and have the interpreter on your side, it means you can keep eye contact with the women, they can watch the interpreter, and you can hear them all at the same time, and that's really important. Also allowing for double appointments when you do have an interpreter. This is the case for most times you're using an interpreter, but also just to allow time for the interpretation and for further explanation if anyone needs it. So, can't find my next bit. Here we go. So the Deafness report also found that 48% of deaf women did not fully understand the information given to them during pregnancy. It's also known that even skilled lip readers can only pick up about 60% of the information that's given to them. So this just, again, it reinforces why we need to make sure that we're giving information, because how can women make informed choices about their care if we're not giving them the right information that they understand? It's really important to note that sign language is a linguistic minority. It's a visual language, and it is not English. Has a completely different grammar, completely different structure, and there's no word-for-word translation between English and sign language. this means that women who their first language is sign language, often they're not able to read fluently in English if they've not had any teaching in that. So if you think about giving information that we would give to maybe like other women, they often aren't able to use that. So it's really important, if you can, to get translated videos that are in BSL. NHS Inform does have some, but not on all aspects of maternity care. So then, obviously, then having an interpreter to translate that information in your appointments is really important. If the women and their families are okay with written information, it's important to write in plain English, no jargon. Using visual aids and diagrams are really important as well. And sending home information or consent forms before the appointment gives them a little bit of time to digest the information, understand it. If they have any questions, they can come back with them at a later date. There's a wee bit on routine inquiry, just because it has been found again with the Deafness report that there is an increased risk of domestic violence, almost twice as likely in deaf women than the general population, and a 15% increased risk of mental health issues within the deaf population rather than the general population. So obviously making sure you're vigilant and referring them as needed. So sensitive midwifery, how can we apply this to deaf women? So a lot of the time, BSL users, there's quite a small pool of interpreters in one given area. So a lot of the time they'll have got to know these interpreters from other things, maybe other hospital appointments, any kind of day-to-day, if you're dealing with law or whatever, they might have used them before. So a lot of women will already have a choice of interpreter that they might prefer to use, and obviously if that's available, then we should support their choice and help with the planning of that for when the labour comes around. In terms of planning labour care for deaf women, obviously planning care for all women for their birth is really important, but for deaf women, a lot of the time, once labour intensifies, the pain intensifies, you're using certain pain relief. Sometimes that can affect how they can read the interpreter or read lips. So it's important, and also you've probably all experienced it when someone's in labour, they close their eyes, they lose that visual just to go inside and remain calm. So often it's a good idea to plan ahead with the women, come up with some sort of alternative communication. A tactile approach can be really good. So coming up with some sort of code, squeezing a hand for pushing or tapping their leg for stopping, taking deep breaths, things like that. Coming up with their own kind of code can be really, really helpful. And then there's little things that can just make a massive difference. So things like where you're placing your cannula, where we would normally put it in the back of the hand, the wrist, that could really hinder someone who's using sign language. So just thinking about the placement of that so that you don't block any communication. And things like if you're auscultating the fetal heart, turning the volume right up on your sonic aid, handing that to the woman and letting her feel the vibrations so she can feel the fetal heart. Just a tiny thing that we can do that makes such a massive difference to deaf women and their families. So with sensitive midwifery again, partnership obviously with every woman is very important, but especially the mother and midwife relationship, really important just to make that safe space for her to be able to come forward and speak about her concerns. And then I have a conclusion, but these are some resources that midwives can signpost onto for deaf women. I will, before I've finished, I'm not expecting anyone to go out and learn sign language for if they have a deaf woman, but sometimes if you have a woman on your caseload, it is really nice just to learn a few signs. It can really make a big difference. And from personal experience, any deaf person I've ever spoke to, they've always really appreciated even trying. So if everyone will do some signs with me. Put this down. So, hello. How are you? Deaf, that's 2 fingers. And then hearing, 1 finger. Interpreter. And booked, it's like 2 fingers. Like that, booked. And then this is like feel, and then good or bad. So you can ask someone, feel good or feel bad, and then at least you could get a bit of communication before you've even got the interpreter in the room. So that's my talk. Those are my references. Very, very boring. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I mean, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think we've all learnt something, I hope, this morning from that, this afternoon, I mean. That's just wonderful. Thank you. So, I've forgotten who's next. Is it Laura? Okay, I'm going to now introduce Laura Reid to come and join us. Sorry. One thing I forgot to say, if you're online, please, if you've got any questions, please put them in the chat box that is online. For anybody who's got questions here, if you can hold on to them for the end, we'll hopefully have some time so that you can answer anything.
So first of all, just following on from Elsa, and that was wonderful, that was phenomenal. And thank you to Emily, our lecturer, because she's the reason that she kind of pushed us all to be here as well. And the outside lectures that we had, they were absolutely phenomenal, as Elsa said. In particular, for learning disability, we had Lois Stewart and Kerry Anderson, and they had some amazing kind of in-practice stories to tell us. So obviously this presentation has kind of fed from them. So this is my presentation on maternity care for women with a learning disability. If it'll go or not go. So the definition of a learning disability. A learning disability is when a person experiences significant lifelong condition that starts under the age of 16 and means they will require lifelong support to understand information, learn skills, live and cope independently. And I'd really like to say at the start of this presentation, having a mild to moderate learning disability is not the sole determinant of a person's ability to parent successfully, and hopefully we'll unpick that throughout the presentation. Think about statistics now. So 2.2% of the population in Scotland have a learning disability. However, the number of undiagnosed learning disability is 3 times higher. Think about health now. For those that do have a learning disability, 98% of them experience multiple comorbidities. That includes vision impairment, obesity, and epilepsy. Before thinking about maternity care now, so women with a learning disability are at increased risk of poor maternal outcomes, and that includes premature birth and low birth weight. And a disproportionate number, 40 to 60% of women and parents with a learning disability, their children will be taken into care with the parental home. So thinking quickly about the care needs for women with a learning disability, they require care that is free of discrimination. We should be using individualised, accessible communication methods that meet her needs. We need to think about how we can improve capacity for consent for procedures. And we also need to think about appropriate individual referrals to specialist services. We need to think about how we can build trusting relationships through our care. And we need to think about support during that safeguarding procedure. Finally, we need to encourage women and families to improve their support networks. That might be family, friends, and community support groups, and we'll unpick these points again throughout the presentation. First of all, the role of the midwife. So we know 6.7% of the population have an undiagnosed learning disability, and what comes hand in hand with that is a significantly reduced life expectancy, and that's due to the determinants of health, including poor social outlook, poor physical and mental health, low health literacy, a higher risk of engaging in risky behaviours, as well as poor access and engagement with the health and social care system. As midwives, we need to recognise women coming into our care, they might have an undiagnosed learning disability, and we should know the appropriate referrals. That might include perinatal mental health, it might include vulnerable adult services or learning disability teams, and it might include obstetric-led care if appropriate for her needs. We need to think about how can we overcome any communication barriers, for example, and that could be through easy read information or the use of videos or pictures to convey information. Obviously, we do need to think about that safeguarding process as well. Poor socioeconomic outlook has a far greater influence on a parent's ability to parent than having a learning disability will. The main reason for children being taken into care from parents that have a learning disability is neglect due to omission rather than willful neglect. So how can we help as midwives? Early intervention and planning is key. So we need to get that support network in place straight away as soon as we can. And it does have that multi-agency collaborative approach. And that includes the third sector as well. So it might include financial aid, housing, whatever she needs to meet her needs and help her go on to successfully parent. We also need to think about that accessible information. How are we delivering our education, our antenatal classes? Like, what can we do better as midwives? This is just a quick visual representation talking about the equity versus equality of care, and that really will affect your care for women with a learning disability. Equality of care is everyone gets the same care, no matter what backgrounds they come from. But equity of care, this is appropriate for women with a learning disability. We might need to take a couple of extra steps just to get everyone on that same level playing field, but that's what we do to achieve equity in our care. So now touching upon the sociological agendas that affect women with a learning disability. First of all, who is worthy to become a mother? Abortions and sterilizations were used historically to deny women with a learning disability of their rights to become parents. Even thinking further about that eugenics movement of selective parenthood, who is good enough to become a parent? And how does that still feed into our society today? Women with a learning disability are scrutinised for their reproductive choices. Often they might be viewed as perennial children by their family or even the education system, and they're denied sexual education because nobody thinks of them to want to have sexual relationships. They'll face that scrutiny from family, friends, professionals, and services. The NHS is not designed to meet the complex needs of women that have a learning disability. Think about maternity care and what we can do to try and overcome that as midwives. We need to let go of our personal biases, and we need to challenge that discriminatory behaviour whenever we see it in practice. And there's smaller things we can do as well. Obviously, we had that talk this morning about the Best Body app, which is phenomenal, and I'm sure with the upgrade it's even better. But it just breaks down information to small bite-sized chunks that women can go home and look at in their own time, in their own safe environment. And we can also think about text reminders for appointments, anything that you think is going to help with engagement with services. And that Best Body app, a Baby Body app, has been shown to increase engagement phenomenally. Let's touch upon psychological agendas now for women with a learning disability. Women with a learning disability are 6 times more likely to suffer poor mental health, and 1/3 of those pregnant women will experience high levels of stress and anxiety throughout their pregnancy. We know there's emerging evidence about the epigenetic effects of stress throughout the antenatal period on the baby in utero. So how do we overcome that? Referral to specialist mental health services. And we also can refer to relaxation classes, meditation videos, whatever is available in your area that you think would be appropriate. We know that 40 to 60% of those children of parents with a learning disability will be taken into care with the parental home. And understandably, that can cause many women to delay their bonding with their child in utero. So we need to encourage that bonding. Not only does that improve, obviously, the psychological welfare of mothers and improve that bonding experience as well. And we can do that by suggesting singing or talking to their bum. Anything that will just improve that connection. Finally, moving on to sensitive midwifery. We know that pregnancy can be a transformative healing process for so many, and we can achieve that through continuity of care. And what I mean by that is maybe women with a learning disability, they might engage quite late with services the first time. They might book really late. But if they've had a positive experience with you and they know they'll see you again, they might come earlier next time. You might start to build that trust with services. We need to think about having consideration for women with a learning disability in their circumstances. They might experience unsafe or transient housing. So we need to think about things about where are they going to early labour, where would be best for them, and that might be a hospital or a birth unit. Women with a learning disability, and all with a learning disability, are more likely to experience trauma, and that could be through the discrimination they face on almost a daily basis. So we need to think about trauma-informed care. How can we make our approach strength and solution-based to build up her confidence? And finally, touching actually about what Elsa said as well, create a safe space. So let's think about where are you having your appointments? Is it quiet? Will she be able to kind of concentrate on what you're saying? And mentally, does she feel safe enough to ask you? You know, if she doesn't understand something, to confirm her understanding. So that's really, really important. Again, touching again upon the safeguarding and child removal process. If that does go ahead, All women and families should be offered bereavement care if their child is taken into care out with the parental home. And we should support mothers to maintain their identity. So that might be writing letters to their baby, making videos, anything that's going to support that identity, no matter if their child is with them or not. There's also fantastic support and voluntary agencies, such as the Galashiels Family Centre, that allows parents with learning disabilities to come together, not only to discuss their emotions about what's happened, but actually like the administration side of things, about their contact arrangements and stuff as well. So having a conclusion, hopefully today, if you can just come away with having a learning disability is not the sole determinant of a person's ability to parent. Poor socioeconomic, physical and mental health have a far bigger impact on a woman's capacity to parent than having a learning disability ever will. We need to think about that systemic discrimination, and that directly affects the health of all individuals with a learning disability, and we should really try to overcome that as healthcare practitioners. And just with that correct package of support in place, many women with a learning disability will go on to successfully parent. These are some resources. Obviously, I did talk about the Baby Buddy app in particular, so I would suggest you download that. But looking at People First as well, so that's for women, and some maternity resources, including easy read information for screening tests and stuff. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, everyone. Oh, I need to put my mask on. Oops.
Well done, Laura. How good was that, eh? So much information you packed into 10 minutes.
I just had to speak really fast.
That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Okay, and thirdly, I'm going to introduce you to Pia Caprioli, who's another third-year student from RGU. And I'll just hand over to you.
Thank you.
So, hi everybody. My name is Pia, and my presentation will be about midwifery care for women who experience perinatal domestic abuse. And of course, I'd just like to highlight that because of the nature of the topic, some contents might be sensitive. Okay. So the Royal College of Midwives actually defines domestic abuse as an incident or pattern of incidents of controlling, coercive, threatening behaviors that can be also sexual violence and can be perpetrated by partner, ex-partner, even by a family member or carer. And for the purpose of this presentation, I will use the words women to refer to all female victims and all gender identities. And when I speak about partners and perpetrators, I mostly refer to male abusers, and this is because in line with the statistics, most of the victims of domestic abuse are female, as we will see in the next few slides. So in the UK, 1 in 4 women experience domestic abuse or violence in their lifetime, and 2 women each week are killed by a partner or ex-partner. And 1 in 5 children have been exposed to domestic abuse in the UK, either by witnessing the abuse or actually by being harmed by the perpetrator, and in both cases it's a form of child abuse as well. So some Scottish figures, so over 1,500 new crimes have been recorded under the Domestic Abuse Scotland Act 2018 since its implementation on the 1st of April 2019. In Scotland, over 12,000 children live in high-risk domestic abuse households. And as I was saying before, 4 out of 5 incidents in 2018-19 were perpetrated by a man against a female victim. And despite all this data, actually, domestic abuse tends to be generally underreported, but Women's Aids actually found that COVID-19 has actually intensified it a lot. Nearly 60% of survivors using domestic abuse services in the UK have children, and 1 in 15 are pregnant. And this is because pregnancy is a trigger for male violence. And RCM reports that 30% of domestic abuse starts actually in pregnancy, which is why universal and continuous screening is important. Of course, perinatal domestic abuse is linked with poor perinatal outcomes, including twice the chance of preterm birth, low birth weight, and it's also known to be associated with substance misuse and mental ill health. It's called the toxic trio, with, of course, some long-term consequences on the well-being of both moms and babies. So a bit about the social context of domestic abuse. Domestic abuse is a form of gender-based violence that is deeply rooted into the systemic inequality between men and women in patriarchal societies where women's subordination is actually still considered natural. And mostly conjugal duties and domestic responsibility are the main source of conflict because pregnancy and the postnatal period can be demanding for women, and this will basically trigger the partner's jealousy, violence, and also they will try to almost they will just try to impose their authority on women. And about social stigma, so social stigma is really linked with disclosure because disclosure is not really common because of social stigma. So there are feelings of shame that women feel and also fear to lose their children, to be blamed as unsuitable mothers, and this will impact on disclosure, as well as prejudice and stereotypes from us because usually there are some stereotypes about minority ethnic women who would not be able or want to be free from abuse, or maybe some prejudice about how a woman should look like, how an abused woman should look like. But actually, every woman from any socioeconomic background or culture or religion, and actually anyone can be a victim of domestic abuse. So in the next few slides, I will use the pronouns we, us to refer to both midwives and students. And talking about our role and responsibilities. So, of course, student midwives and midwives are in a privileged position to identify domestic abuse. And as I was saying before, continuous assessment is really crucial. So, screening should be part of every antenatal and postnatal discussion, especially because perinatal domestic abuse can actually escalate at any time during the childbearing continuum. And also, when we are screening them, we should observe the whole picture to spot red flags and signs, which could be, for example, the couple dynamics, for example, or the woman's behavior, and even signs like preterm birth, a lot of preterm births or miscarriages, termination of pregnancy, or a partner who is always present and try to actually answer all the questions, also diminishing her with jokes. And for these reasons, if an interpreter is needed, we should avoid partners or family member because it could both impact on disclosure but also put her life at risk. So although we should practice within ethical and legal boundaries, we are in the privileged position to advocate for her safety as well. And a way we could do that is providing helpful information and contacts, also involving third sector agencies, for example, Women's Aid. And we should, as we know, leaving the relationship is the moment where the women are most at risk, the women and their children are most at risk. So we should be available to discuss a personal safety plan with women in order for them to safely leave the relationship if the violence escalates or if she chooses to leave the relationship, because not all women will. Of course, if there is if we notice that there is a risk of harm or murder, and this risk is really high, adult and child protection measure must be considered. So about sensitive midwifery care, we know that continuity of care allows the development of a trusting relationship, and this will help creating a safe space for disclosure, because women who are victims of perinatal domestic abuse often, of course, don't feel safe and don't really trust people. So it will continuity of care will help towards that. But also we must, as I was saying before, screen and try to identify domestic abuse. And research shows that women will only disclose if they are asked directly and repeatedly, but at the same time we should feel confident in ask those questions, because those questions are really intimate. So at the same time, women actually, research also shows that women don't feel offended by being asked, as long as the questions are framed sensitively and in a safe environment. And for this reason, when we actually respond to disclosure, and in order to respond effectively, we should offer a compassionate and empathetic response. So we should help them to understand that the domestic abuse is not their fault and it's their right to feel safe. So continuity of care benefits are many and for every woman, but especially for women with complex needs, and in this case for women who are victims of perinatal domestic abuse. Continuity of care will help improve those perinatal outcomes that domestic abuse tends to worsen, and also will help them to, will encourage them to change, to make changes in their life, educate them about their rights. But at the same time, as I was saying before, we have to feel confident about that, and evidence shows that there is a lack of confidence in screening and responding to disclosure of domestic abuse from midwives and consequently from student midwives. So this has an ongoing impact on future students and the wider society, because we don't get the guidance that we should when we are in practice. So we don't get that role modeling that will help us to learn more how to respond, to identify and respond appropriately. As last point, there was the need of innovation. So universities actually play a key role to try and help students to become confident with responses to highly emotional situations. And that's what RGU tried to do throughout this model, because we had the chance, as we said before, to listen to, talk to guest speakers who had experience of these social complexities, either as service users or as professionals. And of course it was a highly emotional learning approach, but this is in line with midwifery, and we all know that midwifery is a highly emotional work. So in conclusion, through ongoing assessment, early identification and appropriate intervention, midwives and students can raise awareness and help break the intergenerational cycle of abuse, reducing gender and health inequalities while fulfilling their powerful role of public health practitioners. I just would like to express our gratitude to our fantastic lecturer, Emily Mishasha, for supporting our learning throughout this model and the past years. And a special thanks to our guest speakers for this topic, Hannah James, Jenny Smith, and Tracy Scorgi. And if Jenny allows me, I would like to read something. Thank you. Okay, these are some further resources for women and midwives, but I will go on reading something else. So, I'd like to read a poem Mom Cara wrote for the Angus midwives, which is where my community placements usually are. And I just found this post on Facebook the other day on Sunday, just after being actually attending March with Midwives. And I've asked for Cara's consent and the Angus midwives' consent. And it's just to really celebrate midwifery in light of all the events that happened in the past weekend. So Cara Jamieson works for Breastfeeding Network and is a Breast Buddies Dundee and Angus volunteer, and she's now on maternity leave, but she told me that she would have loved to be here today. So I'm just going on to read her poem. So she shared this poem, and the introduction was, as people all over the country prepare to march with midwives, these words, written days after Teddy was born, remind me of just how important the role of the midwife is and exactly why they deserve our support today and every day. So the youngest midwives, you have had 9 months to prepare for this. You know the route, you have read it all. You are sure you have packed all that you need. Sleep suits in big, medium, and small. You are confident that when the time does come, you'll know exactly what to do. The midwives at the unit have told you this. Trust your body, trust your baby, trust you. But still, when those contractions start, whether you are with a loved one or on your own, there is only one thing that you need to do. And so you pick up the phone. And whether the moon is shining brightly or the sun has just appeared in the sky, you can be sure of a friendly voice, a kind word, and a reassuring hi. And as your world as you know it shifts and begins to make way for new life, you have found an ally, a companion, a guide when you have found an Angus midwife. From rubbing your back in the pool to handing you that gas and air, from breathing and pushing and panting to the cries of, "Oh, I can see hair." They wholeheartedly believe that you can do this, and it's hard not to feel that is true, as they meticulously care for your baby whilst effortlessly motivating you. And once that baby is here, they continue to be exactly what you need, absent from a family's first cuddle, encouragingly by your side as you negotiate the first feed. We became parents that night in Arbroath maternity unit, something that will stay with us for the rest of our lives, along with the expertise, love, and the tea and toast of the youngest midwives. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you so much, Pia. Just as a little reminder to people, if anything is triggered from any of these talks and you want to have a chat to somebody afterwards, then I'm around if you want to do that. So just to say that. And also for anybody online who's watching, then please go and talk to somebody if you need to. Okay, and finally, by no means least, we have got Ming. Ming Sanford, who is another third-year student from RGU. All right.
Hey everyone, so as Jenny just said, I am Ming, and I'm today to give a little talk about how we can provide midwifery care for women who are seeking asylum. So you probably all know, but a person seeking asylum is someone who has left their country of origin to seek safety from persecution or harm and applied for asylum in another country. And as an asylum seeker, the application is not yet concluded. So I'll hit you some statistics. So there are 77,245 pending asylum cases in the UK at the end of 2020, and we know that around 20 to 25% are women of childbearing age. The top 5 countries of nationality of asylum seekers in 2020 were Iran, Iraq, Albania, Eritrea, and Sudan. We know that socioeconomic status and ethnic background are associated with an increased risk of maternal mortality in the UK, and I'm sure we are all very aware of the concerning statistics that Black women are 4 times more likely than white women to die in pregnancy or childbirth, and women from Asian ethnic backgrounds being almost 2 times more likely to die. So this is a group of women that will be increasingly accessing our care, and being ethnic minorities, they are unfortunately at higher risk of maternal mortality. So some of the key needs that I have identified for women who are seeking asylum are interpreters being available when required, support with accessing care, flexible care, referral to specialist care and services when necessary, non-judgmental care, and also continuity of care, and I will address these further throughout the presentation. So what are some roles or responsibilities of the midwife? So we need to be ensuring effective communication so that women receive all the information they need to make informed decisions and be involved in their care. And for women seeking asylum, it is vital that we provide interpreters in their preferred language if they do not speak or understand English. And it is our duty to always provide an appropriate interpreter in a timely manner for when we do deliver care to the women. We also may need to help women with accessing care. Women seeking asylum can find this difficult. Research does show that migrant women are more likely to book their pregnancy late and also use services less than women who are non-migrants. This could be due to a number of reasons. Navigating and accessing information on the care they should be receiving can be difficult. It's a new country, new language, new healthcare system, so very unfamiliar. And we can help women with this by ensuring that we're discussing with them the care they should be receiving, why, where, when appointments will be happening. We should also be having a good understanding of the entitlements that asylum seekers should be receiving. So they should all receive a weekly payment of around £39.60, and pregnant women should be receiving £3 extra, as well as applying for a £300 maternity grant. Of course, it's a very small amount of money to be living off, so we do also need to think about the financial implications this can have on accessing care also. We need to maybe think of alternative methods of delivering care, as women may not be able to afford transport to and from appointments. So we may need to think about perhaps doing home visits instead. We may need to support women with dispersal. So women seeking asylum can often be dispersed in pregnancy and shortly after birth. And although the UK Border Agency does endeavour to not disperse women from 36 weeks and up to 4 weeks postpartum, it is not uncommon for these women to be relocated in the third trimester. So to prevent this, we should be working with relevant safeguarding teams and also Border Agency dispersal staff to try and prevent women's pregnancies being disrupted by dispersal. And of course, multidisciplinary team working. Women seeking asylum often have complex issues. These may include poor general health, mental health conditions, domestic abuse, FGM. So we need to be recognising these as promptly as we can so that we can then work with the wider multidisciplinary team to ensure that they receive the care that they need. I'll now move on to some of the sociological challenges that women may face. So women seeking asylum can have different preferences and beliefs on pregnancy and childbirth influenced by their cultural backgrounds, and these can clash with the Western biomedical approaches of pregnancy, which we are accustomed to here in the UK. From my research, I did find that often women reported that their cultural needs were not met, so we do need to have an awareness and appreciation that cultural approaches to pregnancy and childbirth can be very different, but very important for these women. We also need to have an awareness of possible cultural practices such as female genital mutilation, which we should always be inquiring about at all women's booking appointments. In the British media, asylum seekers can often be portrayed with negative stigmas. We need to ensure that our attitudes are not influenced by this, as it can prevent women from perhaps reaching out for support. So we must always ensure that we are staying professional and not expressing our own beliefs or opinions in an inappropriate way. We also need to consider how a woman's cultural background may affect her postnatal period and be aware that some women may expect more support from us during this time. For example, South Asian women often view the postnatal period as a time of rest and nurturing, and the older female members of the family take a large role in caring for the baby. Whereas in the UK, there's more of a culture of the women kind of getting on with things and trying to return to normal activities in life as soon as possible. So we do need to be aware that some women may expect more support from us. So it is our duty to always recognise and respect women's cultures. And now I'll move on to some of the psychological challenges. So housing and dispersal can have a big impact on women's mental health. Women seeking asylum can often be dispersed to unfamiliar areas where they have very little family or friends around for support, so causing prominent feelings of isolation and loneliness. As well as worries over housing, there's also financial worries, which has been found to contribute a lot of stress for women, particularly in the postnatal period. And unfortunately, statistics do show that migrant women are 2 times more likely to develop postnatal depression than women who are non-migrants. So we need to have an awareness of this, that these women are at higher risk of postnatal depression, so that we can look out for the signs and then refer to further support if necessary. Immigration can lead to or exacerbate existing domestic abuse, and for women seeking asylum, they can unfortunately often fear destitution or deportation if they do contact police or reach out for support. So we need to be aware of this, and it also highlights the importance of not using a woman's partner as an interpreter. We should be finding a time in private to inquire about possible domestic abuse with women, and this can be especially important if a woman's partner is always attending appointments with her. And we'd also have to consider safeguarding for children and families with domestic abuse also. And now I'll move on to some ways that we can deliver sensitive midwifery care. So continuity of care would of course be very, very beneficial for women seeking asylum. Continuity would allow the midwife to provide holistic care and build a relationship with the woman and be able to identify her needs. The midwife may be the woman's main or only source of support, so continuity will allow a strong and trusting partnership to be able to be built. We can promote women-centred care by, again, always ensuring that she has an interpreter if she needs it, and also that all the written information leaflets that we give to women are in their preferred language. We need to remember that using an interpreter will also likely double the amount of time needed at appointments, so we may need to offer longer, more flexible appointments so that the woman always receives the care that she needs. And this could be especially important for the booking appointment so that we can thoroughly risk assess the woman and also begin building rapport with her. We also need to be aware that women seeking asylum may have gone through very traumatizing experiences, and by providing trauma-informed care, we can recognise the traumas these women may have gone through and practice in a way that builds trust, empowerment, safety. And we also need to remember, of course, important for all women, but for women seeking asylum, gaining consent before every procedure, treatment, decision made, however big or small, is imperative in ensuring that they are not re-traumatized. And lastly of all, supporting women to build a wider network of support, which they can join in pregnancy and hopefully postnatal and beyond. And community-based antenatal groups where women from the same cultural backgrounds can socialise has proven to be very, very beneficial for women seeking asylum. It actually encourages to continue engaging in care and enables them to meet women and families who share their same cultures and languages. And in here, I've just compiled a few further resources if you'd like some more information or to signpost if you're caring for a woman who is seeking asylum. So I hope that what I've highlighted has been useful to you in any way. I'm very aware this is a very ideal overview of providing care and that time and resources do not always allow this. But I think if we always ensure that we are non-judgmental, we respect women's cultures and we respond to their emotional needs, we can help them have good experiences and good outcomes. And I'd like to give a quick little thank you to Esther Sharma, who gave a really great talk during our module. She's a midwife based in London and doing some amazing research on migrant women's experiences of care. So it was really great to hear the work that she's been doing. So thank you for listening.
You did it. Wasn't that awesome? I just want to clap you again, actually, because I think, not least because they kept to time absolutely perfectly. If anybody has got any burning questions at this moment, has anybody got anything that they would like to ask at all? I mean, I hope it's encouraged all of you who are. Oh, look, there's a question. Oh, there is. I hope it all encourages you who are students at the moment that you can do this too, is that you are all developing, learning, researching a lot of stuff yourselves, and it would be lovely to encourage more of you to participate in our festivals. So please feel free to push yourselves forward or to get involved with the midwifery hours on a Wednesday evening as well. How many of you actually know about the midwifery hours? Most of you. Fantastic. Please encourage if you're looking at each other going, what? Please either come and ask one of us about what midwifery hour is all about. It's a bit like Women's Hour, but it's for midwives, and it's on a Wednesday evening, and it encourages people to, connect together, and I hope. Sorry? It's on Facebook, it's on social media, it's on Instagram. We're not on TikTok yet, but I'm trying to persuade them to do that. Okay, so we have a question. Please, can I ask you to...
Could we have the sign for midwife, please?
So we were actually discussing this earlier, me and some of the girls. Sign language is very generalized and not very specific. So often there's not a lot of specific signs. So loads of people will have different signs for midwife. So sorry, people can't see me over here. So some people do an M on their hand, so like that, and then like you're putting a ring on. So that is like M wife. But because sign language is such a visual language, that's not really what we are. If a woman is looking at you being a midwife, you're not actually marrying an M or, So other women would say that they tend to, do a bump and they'll signify that as midwife and the lip pattern of midwife. But there's lots and lots and lots of different ones. So, yeah, I would just, if you ever had a woman, just ask her what she would normally use as the sign for midwife. maybe that's what I'll do next. I'll make up loads and specific signs for midwifery.
Thank you. Anybody else got a question at all?
Hi, I was just wondering, for the deaf community, is there an equivalent for like the talkback technique? I think you said there was only like 60% of the information given was kind of understood. So I'm just wondering if, you know, if there's an equivalent to kind of get them to explain what they understood from the information, and then we can like fill in any gaps, I suppose.
Let me just take my mask off. Yeah, I think it's like with any of your communication skills, just checking what they're understanding. Because obviously the 60%, you can actually have, even if they feel that they're really skilled lip readers themselves, you can also get lip speakers to come in. And then between the two, it often helps with increasing the percentage of understanding by having two people. So lip speaking, and yeah, I mean, there's not much evidence about using the talkback technique, but I completely agree that it would be very, very useful. But I guess in any sense, it would be very useful. But yeah.
I have a quick question, if that's right, for all of you, for you to give me a quick response. Where now? What are you going to do with this? I know you're all obviously going to be planning to qualify, which would be helpful, but what would you like to see yourselves doing going forward with this? I'll give you a minute to think about that, or a second.
Personally, as I've already been learning sign language for quite a number of years, I'd quite like to continue with that, to become fluent in it, and maybe have an opportunity to maybe specialise in women who are deaf and their maternity care, and work towards kind of specialising towards that. But obviously, I've not even qualified yet, so one step at a time.
Yeah, same as Elsa said. So if I could qualify first, that would be real great. I think, to be honest, based on the information in everyone's presentation, like, I just like to incorporate it into my own practice. Specifically for learning disability, I would like to take that forward, because I did do my previous degree dissertation on individuals with a learning disability, so I would like to do a bit more research in the area, because it's just really lacking. But obviously, as I said, let's just qualify first.
I don't think that's working. We're just shouting. It is working. Okay.
So I have always been interested in gender-based violence, and particularly I'm interested in domestic abuse. So maybe in the future I will just specialize in it, and maybe, as I said during the presentation, as we are not really confident in screening and responding to that, maybe do some teaching or some, education. But as Laura, same as Laura, I did my previous degree. I did my dissertation on obstetric violence, which is also something that I'm really interested in, and everything comes under the gender-based violence umbrella. So I don't know which part I'm gonna pick in the future, but I mean, I'm on that road for now, on that path. I would like to go farther down that path somehow.
Yeah, just like you three have said, I just want to qualify first. But I think the Embrace reports that I've highlighted, the inequalities of Black women, ethnic minorities, is really, really concerning to me, and I think I would like to work towards hopefully reducing these, because it is just unacceptable, and I think it has to be at the forefront of what we're doing at the moment as midwives.
Very much so, and I think what this session has sort of highlighted again for us, for me personally again this afternoon, the importance of the public health role of midwives on a daily basis, and who you are coming across, the different situations that everyone's in, and hopefully individualised care, continuity of carer, those kind of things are actually going to help these vulnerable women, because I mean the research is showing that actually targeting with continuity of carer actually does provide that support. So hopefully, I keep saying hopefully, but as time goes on, that this will make a huge difference, and in your roles you're going to be providing that public health support in a stronger way. Now I have a feeling I'm running out of time, so I'm just having a yes. Okay. I just want to also say that I understand that the tutors are probably either watching online or will be watching it back. So yeah, quick wave to them, but also I know that you will be very proud of the students today and what they have done. And I hope that, again, to encourage all of you who are in this room to step forward and have a go yourselves, because we would welcome you here. But can we just all say another big thank you to them for taking part in this? Now there is a cup of tea break, but also at the same time I've also got a creative workshop going. Yeah? Okay. Oh, is that now? Is it? Oh, points mean prizes. Well, after the points mean prizes, down the other end in the Thistle room, if you want to come and join me for a bit of creative play, then please do.
Oh, delicious. Gosh, how fantastic. Right, we're just going to do the draw for many prizes. So Jenny, can you come and take a card? Any card? Any card. Any card. I've shuffled. And the prize goes to, it is to Rugiaya Hussein. Is she here? Is she here? Well, she has won the Mummy Star hoodie. Yeah? That's number one. Okay. The next prize is the Prosecco, which I know is a...
Who wants that one?
Oh, there's going to be a fight for that one. I have well and truly shuffled the cards. And this is Norma Thorson.
She's not here either.
Oh dear. Okay, I better make sure I've got these in. Okay. Okay, and the next one is for the Netflix subscription and Chocolate Bear that Jenny has been protecting all day.
Yeah, wouldn't let me eat it.
Yeah. And the winner is Carol Gibson. We have a winner! Yay! If I can just say, winners need to go to the stand to get their prizes. Sorry, I didn't say that. Because I didn't want everyone rushing up suddenly. Now, the next prize is the Simba mug and snood. And the winner is, with my lovely assistant here, Georgia Borthwick. Is she here? Or Borthwick? Borthwick? She's not admitting to it anyway? Georgia? Okay. That's the Practicing Midwife subscription, which I assume includes that lovely book, which I will say, she was quite right, it's a fantastic book by Jan Smith. And that one is Morgan Emerson. Yay! Practicing Midwife subscription, fantastic, even better. And now we've got the Breastfeeding Helpline tea towel is...
Useful.
A tea towel never offends. Amy Foster Boyd. Hey! I'm always very relieved when there is a prize winner here, because otherwise I worry. And this is the John Lewis voucher, and this is from Your Jeans. £50. Is Maria Wood. Maria Wood? She's probably out there, okay. And I think that fulfills our prize-winning potential. But there, I will say, outside, it's now tea time, outside there's still pens and bits and pieces to be gathered up. I've been assured that a lot of the pens are black, very useful. And remember, if you've left people back at base, a pen never offends either, or a sweetie, whatever. So we'll see you back for Cass McNamara in half an hour. Okay?
Over 50 years, obstetrical care has evolved beyond our imagination. Throughout that time, it has been our passion to enhance the labor experience for mothers and caregivers alike. Our journey began when Professor Hamacher worked with HP Medical, now part of Philips, to develop the first commercially available non-invasive fetal monitor. Since then, each innovation has pushed OB monitoring to new levels of quality, efficiency, and comfort. We gave caregivers real confidence in monitoring mother and fetus. And we developed ways to reliably observe twins, and later, even triplets. During this precious time, every action a caregiver takes can have a lasting impact, so we have always listened to their needs. For example, our innovations help them to differentiate between the fetal and maternal pulse. And we listen to mothers, embracing their desire to move freely, sleep, or bathe during labor, with the peace of mind that they are still being monitored. We seek to give mothers greater mobility and comfort in labor, while helping caregivers deliver outstanding care. We are excited to shape the future of obstetrical care by responding to the needs of mothers and caregivers. Together, we will continue to find new ways to enhance the pregnancy and birthing experience and make life better. Innovation and you, Philips.
Being pregnant can be such an exciting time whether you are expecting your first child or adding to your family. But you may also be filled with many questions and uncertainty about your baby, which can add stress and worry. At Your Gene Health, we want to give clarity to your questions about the health of your baby and enable you to enjoy your pregnancy well informed. The Iona test is an advanced, non-invasive prenatal screening test that is safe and accurate and can be used from the 10th week of your pregnancy. So how does it work? During pregnancy, your blood contains a mixture of yours and your baby's DNA. Your doctor or midwife will collect a small blood sample from you with no risk to you or your baby and send it for analysis. The Iona test isolates your baby's DNA from the sample to determine the likelihood that your baby could have Down syndrome, Edwards syndrome, or Patau's syndrome. The Iona test will detect more than 99% of all babies with Down syndrome, with very few false positives. Currently, antenatal screening with the combined test is only able to detect around 85% of babies with Down syndrome, while also giving a large number of false positive results. The increased accuracy of the Iona test reduces the number of pregnant women that are falsely determined to be high risk, which reduces the number of unnecessary invasive procedures. These invasive procedures, such as amniocentesis or CVS, can be stressful, painful, and carry a small risk of miscarriage. The Iona test is safer, faster, and more accurate. Once your blood sample is received at a local laboratory for analysis, the result will be available within 2 to 5 working days for review with your doctor or midwife. The Iona test is a screening test, and high-risk results should be confirmed by a follow-up invasive procedure. The Iona test gives you and your family peace of mind without any risk to your baby and allows you to enjoy your pregnancy well informed. Early in your pregnancy, when you discuss your antenatal screening options, ask your doctor or midwife for the Iona test. For more information and to find out how to get a test, visit the-iona-test.com.
Right, so. Okay, the time has come, and hello again to the online participants. Hello, and hello to our remaining participants here. It's great. It's been a very good day, very lively, and it's been lovely to meet so many people face to face as well as online. So we've come to our almost final bits, and we always like something a bit stimulating, a bit inspirational to finish with, as if we haven't had enough inspiration and stimulation today. And I'm delighted that we can have Cass McNamara, who's the Chief Executive of Birth Sparks, who's joining us today. And I'm sure many of you will know Cass by her personality and her reputation. I was trying to think of reputation before her. She's had a long career as a professional registered midwife working in the UK, NHS, and in an independent practice. And she's the winner of the Scottish Edge Funds, the Association of Scottish Businesswomen Award, Woman of Inspiration, 2016, Global Health and Pharma Maternity Care Executive of the Year, 2017, and Innovation in Practice from the BGM in 2018. We're just waiting for the next one now, Cass.
Yeah, I could tell you what it is.
Easy now. So welcome, Cass. Thank you for being with us.
Now,
It's all yours.
I'm not going to do a kind of traditional PowerPoint presentation because it's the end of the day. You're all thinking about how you're getting home, what you're having for your tea, you know. And if I stand up here and waffle about me for the next 20 minutes, that will just bore the boobs off you. And that won't be a whole lot of fun. So what I want to do is actually speak about what innovation is. Now, a lot of people think innovation in midwifery is about what we're doing in practice and how we can make things different. I want to kind of challenge that a bit and let you go away with the idea of you as a personal innovator, because there is a process to these things. So I'll start with just a little about me and my background, but not too much because that's not terribly interesting to you. And then we'll go through some ideas around innovation and how it can make a difference just to you as an individual, as opposed to thinking that you have to go out there and reinvent the wheel or discover penicillin. You don't. You know, big things start with small changes, and that's really what I'm going to talk about. So I went into midwifery 26 years ago. I actually trained down south and worked down there for quite a few years. Really enjoyed working in midwifery, doing all sorts of different roles. I worked in reproductive sexual health family planning clinics as well for a while. And then my husband and I, we moved back up to Scotland with our 3 boys. And when I first moved up, I decided that I quite liked the job that I had in Essex at the time. So I managed to convince them to allow me to work 4 on, 6 off, because my husband worked 6 on, 4 off. So I used to fly down, stay in the nurse's home, do my shifts, come back, and theirs over the month worked out full time. So I did that for a few years until my youngest started school, and then it didn't really work. And I thought, what do I need to do now? How can I stay in practice in a way that I feel is sustainable for us? So I set up an independent practice. I worked on the West Coast and Central Belt, and that was all great. Really enjoyed doing it. Looked after people really from Dumfries up to Largs and out to the far side of Glasgow. Some years did that for about 8 or 9 years, and some years I might have 10 people, other years I might have 20 people, and it really just depended. During that time, I started Mama Conference, and that's been, its 10th year. It's been running 12 years, but with 2 years off, obviously. And that's in April every year, and it's a 2-day event. And I started that really because somebody said to me, why do we never get lots of the kind of big, well-known speakers up in Scotland? We're always having to travel. down to England, and at that time that was true. There wasn't an awful lot on in Scotland, and I thought, well, has anybody asked them? Is that actually the issue? It turned out nobody had. So that first one, we had 100 people come along. I thought if we get 60, it'll all be good. We had 100 people come along and we're sold out. And now, the last one in 2019, we had 500 people on each day. It's a 2-day thing, and around 350 at a ceremony at night. I don't speak at the conference because that's not what I'm there to do, and there's people much more interesting than me that people want to go and hear. So that's a big thing. Also during that time, I invented a product called the Cub. And it's basically an inflatable birth stool. It's now sold in 90 countries around the world, 90 plus actually. Biggest markets, USA and China. I employ 8 people in that business to run that for me. I travel quite a lot when I'm able to. So that's my life right now. So I'm running a business. I'm selling things that I invented, and that's just what I do right now. So I'm still a midwife, and that's absolutely really important to me. But what I've done is I've created ways of working and finding ways to work that suit me in my life and the aspirations that I have as an individual. But when we talk about innovation, a lot of people think it's one of those buzzwords that you hear, innovation, oh, it's all going to be great. And actually, it's not always great. Sometimes it's really bad. Now, I'm sure a lot of people can think of innovations that have been brought in that really aren't that great, really don't do what they're meant to do, or were invented with the idea of creating something that would improve outcomes. So what's the point of innovation? Well, the point is that you change things, you improve things. But if whatever you come up with doesn't do that, is it actually an innovation, or is it just a big disaster? Now, an example of that would be in the 70s, somebody actually patented a device where the pregnant woman would be strapped into this device and spun by centrifugal force with a net between her legs, and the baby would fire out into this thing. Now, that somebody spent weeks, days, months, hours coming up with that rubbish, and then actually spent the money to patent it. Now, that is innovation. Was it good innovation? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I was also asked about 5 years ago I do a lot of product design and product innovation stuff now, and I'm quite often asked to give my input into products that are usually coming out of university spin-off ideas. And it was a university in California, and they had spent $800,000 developing this thing, and their first prototype that they were taking around exhibitions cost over $100,000. And the problem they had identified, this doctor had identified, was that women weren't upright enough. So instead of thinking, well, why are they not? What's up with their legs? What's going on there? They decided the problem is women aren't upright, so we need to build something that will help them be. So this thing was like a patient hoist, but a really tall one. And it had like a kind of suspended toilet seat thing and a harness. And basically this poor pregnant woman was sat on this toilet seat, strapped in. They pressed a button and it hoisted her up in the air with her bum to dangle over a bed. And that was their solution for helping women be more upright and mobile. Now, during that call, it was a Zoom call, many times I dropped my pen on the floor, unfortunately, because I was under the desk trying not to laugh at how ludicrous it was. But more than ludicrous, what a waste of money. What a waste of money and time. Unfortunately, there's a lot of innovations like that. There isn't a huge amount of innovation, I think, in maternity care. There are some innovations that have come in recently that are regardless of how you see it. Things like continuity of care. Now, I actually think continuity of care is a great thing and it can work in certain circumstances, but I don't think it was the solution to what the problem really is, because the problem is actually staffing. That's the real problem. If we had enough staff, if we had enough midwives, if the services were running as they should and women could get the care that they actually need, we wouldn't be, continuity would be just a really great thing to add to it, but it's not the solution. So that brings me back to, what is the process of innovation then? How do we actually do that? And there is a process. And the reason most innovations actually fail is because they fail to identify the root problem. The root problem is what guides the steps forward. So when you have to think about what is the problem as an individual, so if you think about something in your life, just in your own personal life, that you need to change, you need it to work better, you need a better outcome, you need to understand it differently, you have to make a change. First, you have to know what the problem really is. Is the problem really you don't have enough time, or is the problem you're not managing your time? Is the problem you're not getting the support from people around you to help manage your time? What is the problem? And then you have to think about, well, why is that a problem to me? What does it mean to my life if I let this continue? And then you have to think, well, what could I do to change that? How can I improve that? And then you have to think, well, what am I going to need? Do I need help? Do I need somebody to come and pick the kids up? Do I need himself or herself, whoever your significant other is, indoors to actually put the hoover around instead of me coming home and the house being a tornado has hit it? You know, so you have to identify what you need to make that change. And once you have done that, you move on to a process of thinking. Now, I do something with businesses that I mentor called 4 weeks to creative clarity. And what you do is you give yourself 4 weeks. And on 5 days a week, you write down a task, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. And that task might be as simple as phone so-and-so, email so-and-so, tiny, 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 tiny little steps. Because in 4 weeks, if you do one little thing 5 days a week, by the end of the month, you've done 20 things towards changing what you want to change. And when you break it down to these tiny, tiny tasks, you get into the small changes have the biggest result. It's very important that you actually do that. So the other thing we can think about in terms of midwifery, what is another innovation that came in that's widely adopted that we know doesn't actually massively increase outcomes or help people or actually do what it was initially promoted to do? Anybody got any ideas? CTG. Simple one, common one, brought in about 40 odd years ago, was meant to be used only for specific people under specific circumstances, and before we knew it, everybody that even blinked, a minute past they were pregnant, it was, oh, you'll need a CTG. And millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds were thrown at getting CTGs. And even now, updating them, wireless and all fancy and all sorts of singing and dancing things. But the reality is, the research showed that it doesn't really improve outcomes for women. So what are we spending the money on? Does it only help a small group of people? Undoubtedly it does. Does it actually lead to more caesarean sections than there should be? Undoubtedly it does. So innovation can have a double-edged side to it. Don't always believe it's good. When you want to progress some kind of idea, there is something that I use when I'm mentoring called Hoshin planning. Hoshin planning is actually a step-by-step process that you can go through to progress an idea. And that was developed by the Japanese after Hiroshima, when they needed to rebuild whole cities. And they knew it was a massive task, so they created task groups to break down each element. And it's massively successful. That's why Japanese innovation is so good and so fast and changes so quickly, because they do a process of it. So you as an innovator, what I would suggest you do, now I have on my desk, I have at work lots of these little notebooks, right? And they're all my potentially great ideas. And some of them are actually a lot of rubbish, a lot of nonsense. But I use it as an exercise. And if it's not been your practice to do so before, and you think, I couldn't come up with an idea, because somebody will laugh at me. Somebody will say, who does she think she is? Somebody will say, why bother, it won't work. Even though you've sat and you've thought about it, they will have an opinion on it. One of the things for me, actually writing down my potentially great ideas, does is it exercises my confidence. Because nobody's going to laugh at me. Nobody's going to see these things, and 99 out of 100 times, they're just nonsense. They're just rubbish. I've had ones before that have been, like I had an idea for printed condoms, and I was going to call them jock socks. And they were Scottish themed, of course. And I was going to sell them to stag do's. Now, I actually just thought that process through, thought, where can you get them? Can you get them printed? Do they still work? Do they prevent pregnancy? Does the dye come off? You know. And actually, all I was doing was exercising my brain in a safe way. And it doesn't mean anything. I don't know whether MD, if you want to make jock socks, have it, yours. Yeah, I will really, really support you in that one. So it's about really finding your own voice about these innovations, and innovation not as something for your employer, not for your university, not for anybody else, but for you as an individual. What you can innovate in your life, and start with that innovation and exercise your innovation muscle, because it is a use it or lose it situation. Once you've started actually practicing innovation, it becomes really easy and it becomes second nature. I take myself off for a holiday for a week every year on my own, and that time is my kind of decompression time. Now in September I went to Crete, and while I was there lying about, I redesigned in my head the whole hotel. I worked out new ways of the staff working, how the food could be served, because that's how I exercise my brain. And it's almost therapeutic. It is very therapeutic to figure out problems. Nobody's ever going to hear that. It's never going to be acted on, but it's actually just a practice that you need to get into if you're interested in innovation. One of the things to look at with innovation is if you come up with a good idea that actually is during your employment time, that innovation, the intellectual property around it might be owned by your employer. So make sure if you do, you always keep things a very tight diary time of when and where you came up with this idea. So I wonder if anybody has ever heard of somebody called Valerie Hunter Gordon. Anybody ever heard of her? She was the lady in 1947. She actually invented disposable nappies, the biggest selling product in the world. And she was from Bewley, outside Inverness. Why did she invent disposable nappies? Because she had 6 children under 8. And she said she wished every day she could throw every dirty nappy in the bin. She hated washing them. So she sat and she made basically a disposable nappy with a throwaway liner in it. Woman in Inverness. So her innovation came from her life. And that's why I want you to think about innovation starts with you. It's not something you do for other people in a remote place. It starts with you inside. Another person is a lady called Cecilia Payne. Has anybody ever heard of her? Cecilia Payne actually discovered what planets and stars in the universe are made from. Now, she was born in 1900 down in England someplace, and her father died when she was young, and her mother was raising 4 children, and she had older brothers, and her mother couldn't afford to send her to university because it had to be paid for then by families. There was no support for that. However, she really wanted to go, so she got a scholarship and she went, and she got her degree in astrophysics, I think it was. But she wasn't awarded a degree because Cambridge didn't give women degrees before 1948. So she knew if she stayed in the UK, she wouldn't be able to progress. So she took a lab assistant's job in Harvard in the USA. She was the first woman in the late, and she was employed as a lab technician. She discovered hydrogen. She discovered that she took 3 million photos of planets to talk about variable stars, and she found out what the sun was made of. But the person that gets credit for finding out what the sun was made of was actually a guy that was her boss in the lab, that told her, don't publish that, it's not any use. 4 years later, he did, and of course, won a great big prize for doing so. She was employed as a lab assistant right up until the 50s. However, after that, she threatened to leave them. And they very quickly encouraged her to be, she was the first woman to ever be awarded a PhD for astrology. So she's an incredibly innovative person, and she innovated because her life wasn't working out the way she wanted. She got a scholarship. She worked out the problem was no money. She needed somebody to fund her. She got basically her degree, but worked out she was never going to be appreciated for what she was interested in. So she took herself abroad. She changed her circumstances after that. And she eventually lived a very long, very illustrious life that actually only died in 2000 and something. And what a phenomenal person to actually find her way through that. There was another lady, Rosalind Franklin, and she also discovered lots of chemical processes. It was a woman that innovated finding out how, in 71, a Japanese woman that discovered isolated stem cells. There was this other lady, actually Rosalind Franklin was the person who discovered, everybody is, I'm sure has heard of Watson and Crick and how they discovered the double helix of DNA. It wasn't actually them, although in 1962 they did get the Nobel Peace Prize. They had a theory, that's what it looked like. Rosalind Franklin was the one that took the pictures and discovered it. And she was never acknowledged. They used her picture to confirm their theory, and it was her that had actually discovered it. So I'm not making any apologies for talking about women in innovation, because women in innovation, there's only 17% of all patents filed in the UK mention a woman as part of the filing team. 12% of them name the woman as the lead innovator, and only 2% of all patents are granted to women only in the UK. 2%. And when you look back at our history of innovation, nappies, the stars, the sun, DNA, you know, why is some bozo with a machine that spins you around so your baby gets fired out into a net got a patent? You know, what is that all about? What is that all about? So I make no apologies for showing my bias towards women in innovation, because I think our voices have actually been dampened down quite a lot over the years. So it's been a bit of a kind of whistle-stop tour around this. Innovation in itself is something that you shouldn't ever be afraid of. But you should always question it, particularly if somebody has come up with it, because questioning is good. And sometimes people say to me, I'm very lucky, my business is very successful now. And people say to me, if you could do things differently, what would you do? What would you change? And what I say is nothing. I would change nothing. I needed every mistake. I needed every problem, because every one of them pushed me back to where I was meant to be. Every one of those problems were crucial, and some of them were pretty painful, and some of them were pretty expensive, and a lot of them kept me up at night. But I had to have them to move on. So most of you, I think, are students. And what I want to say to you is innovation and change, whether you use it in your role as a midwife, whether you use it as an individual, starts in you. Find yourself a wee book. Write rubbish. Nobody will see it, doesn't matter. But start exercising it, and you will find that little things as you go along will start to change, particularly in your practice, because I can honestly say midwifery is one of the few professions where innovation on an individual level can make a difference. Every woman you look after, you will innovate for. You'll change, you'll move things around the room, you will move in a different way, you'll speak different words to innovate for her every single time. So actually you have a head start over a lot of people, because that's what you're learning to do. You're learning to innovate on a personal level. And that's really all I've got to say about innovation in midwifery today. Is there anybody want to ask me any questions?
I was just wondering, how have you overcome kind of negativity towards innovation and kind of approaching it as a leader from maybe not the kind of managerial standpoint, you know, sometimes that kind of hierarchical, yeah.
I think fear is the biggest barrier to innovation. Fear, people will laugh at you, people will treat you with contempt, people will think, what's she talking about, what does she know? And all I can say to you in genuine honesty is you have to learn to roll with that, or you have to let it rule your life. If you want to lie in your bed worrying about some numpty that doesn't get what you were talking about, has made you feel rubbish, then that is how you're going to feel. You have to learn to roll with it. You know, I'm not going to do it because I'm on camera, but I'm a terrible swearer. I'm a really bad swearer, you know, and I have a lot of, I have now learned to, you don't like my ideas? On you go. You have to learn to roll with it, because innovation isn't just about changing big systems. Innovation is about changing lives for individuals, starting with yourself. And as that person, the day you leave, the day you'll never be remembered by them. That's the truth of it. So build your life around what works and what matters to you, what really matters to you. Never mind them, because sometimes people are frightened as well of people that are innovators. People are genuinely scared of them, because people that are a bit crazy. It's true. It's true. I absolutely acknowledge that. You know, my husband would tell you that for a fact. But I've learned as I've got older to embrace that. I quite like that craziness now, because it gives me leeway to do what I like. That's quite liberating.
Thanks so much, Cass. But one thing I was really encouraged by was the fact of you lying on a beach and thinking about the service aspect of the hotel that you were in. And we are in a service, actually, what we do. And one of the things as a new grandmother has been my sort of, when my daughter's told me this has happened with the surgery or this has happened with the midwife, me going, oh, why are they doing that? You know, what is it about that? And I'm thinking that actually, you know, with a large group of students again, what benefit it is of actually to go through, for example, and in your antenatal clinic, to go through it like the experience of the woman going through this experience. What is it really like for them in your service? And what is it really like when they come into your labour areas, for example? How are they greeted? Those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
You can make small changes that way, can't you? It's not just kind of the wonderful things that you have now created, but actually the small things of being a student as an observer from the outside of what you can see that could make a small change that will make a difference for everybody else.
Absolutely, and we should never underestimate how important a warm smile can be, and a friendly face. You know, these are things that are absolutely crucial. We don't have to create great big things. We don't have to change things, but we have to make a difference. And that's all that really matters, you know. And sometimes I think if I see something or I hear about something, I've lost a lot of the frustration that I used to have with services, because now I think I actually have got rid of a lot of emotion around it, and now I think, so why are they doing it that way? Why is that a problem? How could we improve it? That's it. Why is it a problem? How can we make it better? You know, is somebody coming in, is somebody coming into your labour, at the area you're working in labour, and you've been rushed off your feet, and you come in, just have a seat on the bed, I'll be back in a minute. And that woman is like, yeah. You know, are they going to be friendly? Are they going to be nice to me? You know, and we can't underestimate the human connection. And innovation is really just about connecting humans together in new, creative ways. And that might be that in your mind, you always think, I am going to greet this woman with a smile. I'm going to greet her with a smile, because we forget to. We're busy, we forget we're human. You know, we're not perfect. None of us can be perfect. But if you try, one of the things I've stopped trying to do, I'm still working on it, is saying sorry. Like, sorry, I'm late now. I'll say, thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. And when you thank people, you acknowledge what they have really given up for you, you start off on a much better footing with them. So I'm still working on that one, and I've stopped trying to say, sorry, I'm late. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry. What I'm actually asking people to do is just, you know, I'm acknowledging what they have given to me as a professional as well. Anything else? You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, I am too.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much, Kaz. I think that's given everyone a really good idea, even if it's just getting that wee notebook at the end of the day.
Yeah, have some crazy ideas. Honestly, it's really addictive.
I think the crazy idea of going by the beach for a weekend, that even sounds better.
Yeah.
We're in competition now. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, everybody.
And I always have to do a few closing words. That's my task, just to remind people and the people at home as well on what they're up to. And I'm putting this in, and I know the majority of people here are students, so this won't necessarily mean anything just now, but it's something that I think Kaz's presentations made me think also about it. It's getting into good habits. It's getting used to doing these things. So you need to think about what you're going to record on your revalidation. Get into the habit of, after a study day, after a festival, after a session, think about what you've learned. It might not be the title of the session, I'll add that. It might be something completely different, that you were just sitting there and something just fell into place and you've learned something you can take into practice. But it's really important to get into that habit, so you don't just get home and put your notes into a little box under the bed and forget it until it's time to write something up. Useful if you're going to write something for college as well, I have to say, very useful. Also, and you've all got that opportunity, share what you've been learning today with your colleagues. There's been a lot. My brain is kind of full at the moment, but it's full of lots of fantastic projects and lots of thoughts. And though there's been some hard and uncomfortable stuff, from Leah and from Sheena. There's also been some very positive things, also from Leah and Sheena, funnily enough. And you know, things to think about, to take away. Remember, you will get your certificate as soon as you've done your evaluation form. If you don't get it fairly soon, there is a wee administration charge. It's us twisting your arm slightly, just a little. And I'm just putting this on. I usually put this on for midwives just to remind them they need to do this, because I know from experience, when you look at your certificates or whatever, and it was a year ago, you don't necessarily remember what you learned, whereas if you get into the habit of doing it, it's there. So, you know, get into sharing with your colleagues. And I just want to say a big thank you for our online people who've been with us today, and also our lovely Edinburgh participants who've been a joy, a real joy. The energy and the enthusiasm and the laughter. And I can see in front of me all these masks, because we've been very, very well behaved. I say this for people at home. We've all been wearing our masks, even though I'm not wearing one now. But you can definitely see the smile with the mask. Definitely, and it's quite reassuring to see that, so fantastic. So here's some more flowers for all of you, because that's what you deserve. Loads, and you can choose which one you have. There we are. Just a few words. I want to say a big thanks to all the speakers, and lastly Kaz, who's been fantastic, innovative to the end, fantastic. And thank you also to the exhibitors who've managed to make this so it can be free to everyone to attend. And the Meet the Expert sessions, I hope you managed to get to some of those, learn some things. And Neil Stewart's Associates would also like to thank their media partner, the Practicing Midwife. And thank you all of you for being here and listening in and taking part also and asking some really good questions today. Don't forget to get your certificate. And thank you to our chairs. I'm thanking Diane Garland, who's at her computer, and Jenny at the back there. And also to the team, and that's Neil and Karen, who you've met out and about, and Catherine and Paul, who's been in the background somewhere, and Deborah, who's managed all... Deborah, well, I'm calling Catherine Deborah, of all things. There's Catherine at the back there, who's been making sure everything's working and all the filming is beautifully edited and will be available to us all. That's the most important thing. And Hilary, who's managed to get everyone in on time. It's been really, there's a lot of work behind all of this. I know we make things look easy. We're like swans with our little feet going like the clappers. Okay, and remember, you've got all of this is free. You'll get a link to, we always call it the box set, but it won't come in a little box. It just comes electronically. But you can share it with anyone, and you can talk to your friends. You can dip into things you've missed. It's all there to get. So there. We've done the competition winners. The next events, we've got the Maternity and Midwifery Hour every Wednesday. It's between 7 and 8. And then we've got the London Festival, 18th of January 2022. You can either go live or you can go online, whichever suits you yourselves. It'd be fantastic anyway. So very finally, it's a stressful place out there. As a student, you've got the additional stress of all your studies and the university and balancing all of that. You need to look after yourselves. Rest when you can, except when you've got an assignment due. Be kind. Be kind to yourself first. And I know people keep saying this. And you think, yeah. But do. Take it on board. Be kind to your colleagues. You know, if someone needs a cup of tea, get them a cup of tea. If they need someone, just say, you okay? Say it. And I say to your students, I'm seeing the other way around, try about your mentors. Look after your mentors, and they'll look after you. It's okay not to be okay. Again, I always say that, but it is okay. There are days when you know yourself. There are days when you feel really perky and good, and then there's days you really don't want to go to work, and you need to balance that and survive it. And I know there's a lot of things we've learned through these COVID times, the relaxation yoga, exercise, the wobble rooms. I don't know if you've still got those around, the clinical areas, because I think some things from COVID are closing down. But these are things that are really useful. You know, where you've just got an area, you can just go and have a break, just a thinking time. So if you haven't got one in your unit or your university, this could be an innovation. Yeah, you see? Where's my notebook? And then there's some short survival techniques, and Sheena was talking about these, and these are in the book, Jan's book. And it doesn't have to be that you have a half-hour massage or facial, though that sounds nice. You might treat yourself to that as a special treat, but it might be just stopping for a cup of tea. It might be having a breathing routine. And Jan goes through all of these things, really helpful. And you know, check the book out. It's really good. The other thing is a bit of exercise. I'm saying that with my couch to 5K head on. Quite good to do it. It's a bit of hassle initially, but it's okay. Good nutrition, and go easy on the chocolate. Because chocolate is very nice and very good for you. But if you have too much, it's not so good. And this, I love this thing. This comes from Action for Happiness, and it's all online. I think it's Action for Happiness. And they have this little calendar. This was September 2021, and it just is a different thing for every day, little activities. So on here, I don't know if it necessarily comes out that well, but for example, Wednesday the 1st, find time for self-care. It's not selfish, it's essential. And Thursday the 9th, aim to be good enough rather than perfect. Except if you're putting an assignment in, of course, that's different. 20, enjoy photos from a time with happy memories. It's lovely things like that, small but important. So I always put this sort of thing because I really like it. So finally, what I'll say is bon voyage. Thank you for coming, those of you here. And we'll look forward to seeing you in the future. So thank you very much. And take care. There. Done and dusted.
Hi, I'm Zoe. I'm the service manager for memory boxes at Simpson's Memory Box Appeal. We are here today in Edinburgh at the Maternity Midwifery Festival at Murrayfield. Hope you've all had a great day and learned more about some of the services. We provide memory boxes across the UK and Ireland, and also support families after the birth of a baby.
Hi, I'm Alicia Roberts from Your Gene Health. I'm Ellen from Your Gene Health, and we're here today at the Maternity Festival in Scotland just to promote the Iona test, our non-invasive prenatal testing service.
Hi there, I'm Alex and I work at the Nursing Midwifery Council. I'm here today at the Scotland Festival, and it's been really great to meet lots of professionals, lots of students, and talk to them about what's going on at the moment. I'd really recommend you go to the next festival, which is in London on the 18th of January next year.
Hey, so my name is Janne Jensen and I'm the International Sales Manager at Medcare. Medcare is a Swedish tech company and we have been invited here by BPR Medical. So we focus on Internox, also known as gas and air. So with BPR we have a controlled flow of the gas to the patient. This is their mission. And our mission here in Medcare is to make it safe both for the staff but also for the external environment. So with us we have the first device present here in the UK that can do that exactly, can destroy the Internox into being just nitrogen and oxygen, which is basically air. And that's the purpose of being here with the midwives. We focus on safety for them, that's the BPR mission, and then the Medcare mission is of course that we capture all the exhale gas and we break that down to nitrogen and oxygen. Safe environment for staff, BPR, safe environment for the external, that's the mission for Medcare. Thank you for listening in.
Hi, my name is David and I'm here representing Best Beginnings, specifically talking about Baby Buddy 2.0 on the day of its new launch. Now it's so exciting to be up here in Scotland spreading the word. Baby Buddy is a fantastic resource that provides information to parents and supports with the process, supports midwives as well with interacting with parents, giving vital information that is reputable and has been endorsed by multiple Royal Colleges, such as the Royal College of Midwives. It provides a resource both in pregnancy and the first year, which will hopefully be extended. It's got things that you can sort of search up information if you need them. It gives you daily information that might be useful. And the main goal is sort of what we call proportionate universalism, which is making it more available to those who need it the most, which is BAME communities and those who experience significant inequalities, and giving them a good and reputable source of information to help improve childhood outcomes.
Hi, it's Pete here from Mummy Star. We're at the Scottish Midwifery and Maternity Conference at Murrayfield. Come over and see us today if you're around to be able to hear more about how we support families who are diagnosed with cancer during pregnancy or postnatally, and how we can help work with you to be able to sort of better broaden understanding of how this impacts families and all the challenges that it brings. But just again, delighted to be back at face-to-face event, meeting people again.
Hi, I'm Carrie. I'm one of the midwives working with NHS Lothian with the new Lothian home birth team. Kirsty, my colleague, works for Lothian Birth Centre, and we are here today representing NHS Lothian to showcase some of the job opportunities that are available within our trust. We have lots of different opportunities for midwives who want to come and work in different settings, continuity models, working in the hospital, and as I said, including our brand new home birth team. We're really excited to be here today and meet lots of student midwives, and people working in the third sector. So lovely to chat to people face to face again and come to an event like this and hear about what's happening out in the world of midwifery.
Hi, I'm Nicola Welsh from the charity Held in Our Hearts. We provide baby loss counselling and support to families who've lost a baby. I want to say thanks very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. It was fantastic to see people back in person and be at a conference, and I hope you've all enjoyed today and learned a lot. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Karen. I'm the Scottish Coordinator for ARC. It's been great today at the Maternity Midwifery Festival to meet everyone. ARC provides support to parents through antenatal screening and the difficult decisions that often have to be made around that. And it's been good to network with all the groups here today and meet with all the people attending the festival.